Why do we do what we do? Every Filipino dreams to be a part of a community that is safe, vibrant, and thriving. And for almost 60 years, we have continued to transform vision to action, blueprints to landmarks, water to land, land to city, and city to life. At DM Wenceslao, we see more than just a city. We cultivate communities. We construct more than just buildings. We instill purpose. We develop more than residences. We forge homes. We design more than streets. We nurture passion. We redefine urban spaces, blending lifestyle, business, and sustainability into one dynamic hub. More than just commercial spaces, we foster a community bound by a sense of belonging, where every step, every business, and every street marks a chapter where vision meets action and commitment fuels progress. Sustainability also remains at the core of our operations. We are dedicated to responsible development, ensuring our projects not only enrich lives but also protect our planet. Asiana City isn't just a place, it is a city where dreams find their home and where tomorrow begins today. So, why do we do what we do? At DM Wenceslao, we don't just draw the future, we make it.
10 minutes. So please settle down and good luck, ladies, later. See you all in a bit.
Why do we do what we do? Every Filipino dreams to be a part of a community that is safe, vibrant, and thriving. And for almost 60 years, we have continued to transform vision to action, blueprints to landmarks, water to land to city, and city to life. At DM Wenceslao, we see more than just a city. We cultivate communities. We construct more than just buildings. We instill purpose. We develop more than residences. We forge homes. We design more than streets. We nurture passion. We redefine urban spaces, blending lifestyle, business, and sustainability into one dynamic hub. More than just commercial spaces, we foster a community bound by a sense of belonging, where every step, every business, and every street marks a chapter where vision meets action and commitment fuels progress. Sustainability also remains at the core of our operations. We are dedicated to responsible development, ensuring our projects not only enrich lives but also protect our planet. Asiana City isn't just a place, it is a city where dreams find their home and where tomorrow begins today. So, why do we do what we do? At DM Wenceslao, we don't just draw the future, we make it.
and good afternoon, world. Welcome to the Miss World Philippines 2024 Beauty with a Purpose presentation. We are live from Sequoia Hotel Manila Bay across all of our social media platforms. I am Allison Black, your Miss Supranational Philippines 2022, and I have to say, as a beauty queen, pageant fan, and advocate, I'm really excited for today's event as this is a huge highlight for Miss World Philippines, the Beauty with a Purpose presentation. The Beauty with a Purpose project is a substantial segment of Miss World, and here the candidates get to show the world the meaning of beauty beyond boundaries. They can show their projects, their advocacies, an important part of themselves. So I urge all of the girls today, don't get too nervous, because again, no one knows your project more than yourself. And there is no winners or losers when it comes to advocacy. As long as you're doing your best to do great by your community, you're all doing great. So today, this event would not be possible without our sponsors, of course, and we'd like to acknowledge them with a quick presentation, so please watch this. Thank you again to all of our sponsors. A round of applause for them for making the event possible. Thank you so much. Now, of course, I know we're all excited for today's activities, but we've been so graciously hosted by the Sequoia Hotel. And so for our opening remarks, let us call on Mr. Kazu Umura, front office head of the Sequoia Hotel Manila Bay, for his opening remarks.
Mabuhay, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished judges, and our esteemed contestants. Welcome to Sequoia Hotel Manila Bay, and welcome to Miss World Philippines 2024 Beauty with a Purpose. Today, we gathered to celebrate grace, elegance, and the inner and outer beauty of these incredible women who grace our stage. Each contestant here embodies the essence of beauty in their own unique way, through poise, talent, intelligence, and commitment to making the positive impact. They have worked tirelessly to reach this moment and today. They showcase not only their outer radiance, but also their inner strength and character. As we embark on this journey of elegance and empowerment, let us remember that the true beauty transcends physical appearance, it emanates from confidence, kindness, and the courage to pursue dreams that inspire and uplift others. So, let's the stage illuminated with the brilliance of our contestants, and may today's proceeding fill our hearts with joy, admiration, and celebration of the beauty that lies within each and every one of us. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you and enjoy the rest of the program.
Thank you so much, Mr. Umura. That was a very warm welcome and a good message about true beauty for all of us. Now, of course, we have our esteemed panel of judges for today's competition. And before we introduce our judges, I would like to explain the criteria for our judging for today's event. The BWAP projects may come in different phases of development: a visualized project, an initiated project, sustained project, or even a completed project. For the criteria of judging, we are judging both your presentation and your actual project, the impact. So one of the biggest factors is effective narrative, rather. Effective narrative is 25%. So the questions you're looking for here is, did she communicate her purpose effectively using appropriate language? Did the visual presentation engage the audience? Did the video follow standards for a publishable material? Next, we have exceptional value, another 25%. The questions you're looking for here is, did the project appeal to the call of the times? Did it bring new perspectives to the plight of the community? And did it realistically translate an actionable purpose? Last but not the least, we have empowering community, which is 50%. Sorry about that. The questions that we're trying to answer here is, did it evoke a sense of hope that the crisis can be overcome? Did it engage partners from private and or public institutions? And did it impact the community or a segment as much as practicable? For a total of 100%. Now, again, I said earlier, we can't judge your project because that's really your advocacy. So what we're judging tonight is your presentation, your confidence, and how much work you actually put in to the community, to your projects, and how impactful it's been to them. Yes? And our scores will be tabulated and audited by the Reyes, Tagandong, and Company. Thank you very much for that. And for our judges and for the audience, the flow for today's competition would be, we will start with our candidate's speech introducing their projects. Then they will play their video to further elaborate on what they've done with their advocacies. And we will have a short question and answer portion where the judges can ask questions, but only for 2 minutes per candidate. So with how many questions, it's probably going to be at max 2 questions per candidate, whichever fits in 2 minutes. So, of course, with our lovely ladies, our lovely competent ladies, we have equally competent judges in front of us. Now, our first judge has extensive experience in youth development programs, focusing on adolescent sexual and reproductive health, civic engagement, leadership, and policy advocacy. She began as an intern and volunteer before working as an executive assistant and later joining various UN organizations. Her roles include youth advocate, youth advocate, UN program coordinator, adolescent and HIV officer, and more. She holds degrees in management accounting from the University of San Carlos, Cebu, with a postgraduate degree of Masters of Arts in Governance and Development with a specialization in youth development work in Ateneo de Zamboanga University. Currently, she serves as an adolescent development specialist at UNICEF Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Miss Emmy Lee Albano Valdehuesa. Our second judge is a powerhouse in education. She has been transforming lives as a public school teacher at Culiat Elementary School in the Philippines since 2009. Armed with a Master of Education from the University of Melbourne as an Australia Leadership Awardee and a postgraduate diploma in education from the National Institute of Education in Singapore, she embodies excellence. A biology graduate from the Ateneo de Manila University, a former Jesuit volunteer rather, her passion for education shines as it's captivated audiences at the TEDx event advocating for quality education. Recognized for her outstanding contribution to education, she has received Bato Balani's Many Faces of the Teacher Award, the Outstanding Women in Nation Service Award, the Metrobank Foundation's Outstanding Filipinos Award, and the 10 Outstanding Young Men of the Philippines Award. These awards recognize Sabrina's outstanding contributions and unwavering commitment to education, solidifying her as a beacon of excellence in the field. Ladies and gentlemen, Teacher Lu Sabrina Ongkiko. Our next judge embodies a captivating tale of dual faiths and cultures. With Maranao and Bulacan roots from her parents, she cherishes diversity as a profound blessing. Her childhood during the Gulf War exposed her to conflict, fueling her belief in a nurturing culture of peace heroism in every child. As the founder and chief peace mission keeper of Teach Peace, Build Peace movement, her mission has been molding young people to be peace builders through peace education, interfaith, intercultural, intergenerational engagement, creative and innovative approaches in creating a culture of peace and dialogue in schools and communities. Recognized internationally, she is the first Mindanaoan and Muslim in the Philippines who was recognized as one of 3 changemakers of Ashoka, the world's largest and most prestigious network of social innovators. She's the first Filipino to receive an award from a Qatar-based group, the Doha International Center for Interfaith Dialogue, that seeks to improve interfaith understanding and religious tolerance. Also a recipient of the 2013 Emerging Peace Champion Award from the N-Peace Network by UNDP, highlighting women as exemplary peace builders. She was also the recipient of the 2018 CSR Youth Awardee, where she was recognized for her outstanding contribution to projects. Her projects anchored on citizenship, sustainability, and social responsibility by the Benita and Catalino Yap Foundation. She was named among Asia's Leaders of Tomorrow by Tatler Asia and honored as one of the 12 outstanding women in nation service by Towns Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, by Rohaniza Sumdad Usman. You see, our judges are so well awarded that I am having a hard time reading all of their achievements in life. But at least we have people to look up to in our panel of judges, and I love that we have a lot of we have women representation in our judging panel. Our next judge is a queen like you girls. We have Justine Beatriz Felizarta, a true champion for the families of our modern-day heroes, the overseas Filipino workers. Her advocacy and tireless efforts in supporting and empowering OFW families are truly remarkable. Justine's education to ensuring the well-being and rights of those left behind by our hard-working OFWs is both inspiring and impactful. Through her advocacy, she sheds light on the challenges faced by these families and works towards providing them with the support and resources they need. Justine's commitment to making a difference in the lives of OFW families is a testament to her compassion and unwavering dedication to serving those who sacrifice so much for our country. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss World Philippines 2022 First Princess and Miss Tourism World 2022 First Runner-Up, Justine Felizarta. Now, last but not the least, we have our last judge, who is again an absolute powerhouse. She is the founder, president, and CEO of Center for International Education Global Colleges Incorporated, and she has left an indelible mark on education. Her leadership in establishing the CIE Global Colleges and the British schools showcases her unwavering commitment to academic excellence. Not only that, but as the founder director of the General of Theta Nu Honor Society and the University of the Philippines College of Education Alumni Association, she has paved the way for countless scholars. Her dedication extends beyond education as she spearheads high-impact projects like the Tunay na Scholar ng Bayan Scholarship Program and the Bagong Pag-asa for former CPP-NPA rebels promoting peace and empowerment. Teacher Nelia's Freedom Hub projects, Ugoy ng Duyan project, and various initiatives with the Rotary Club of Makati Circle of Friends demonstrate her boundless compassion and drive for positive change. She is a true beacon of hope and an inspiration in our society, and honestly, my personal inspiration as well. She has had a lot of awards, such as Distinguished Alumna of the University of the Philippines, Distinguished Women Award from Northwood University, USA, the Outstanding Professional Achievement Award from the UP College of Education Alumni Association, Red Cross Icon by the Philippine Red Cross, Distinguished Thomasian Alumna Reward from the University of Santo Tomas Alumni Association, and honestly, so many more. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Teacher Nelia. I'm happy I got past all of your achievements. That was very inspiring, honestly, just reading the script of all you've achieved in your life, and I'm happy that you're serving as an inspiration to all of our girls today. Now, I'm sure we're all excited, a little bit nervous. I'm a little tense for all of you as well, but honestly, it is your time to take the stage and to just show us a part of yourself, a part of your passion, a part of your advocacy. So let's begin the Beauty with a Purpose presentation. Let's start by calling on our first candidate from Baco, Oriental, Mindoro.
Hello. Ang namamangha sa lugar na to ay naiiwan. We call it a beautiful disaster. Dulot ng iba't ibang bagyo ay isang nabuo na kagandahan. Isang ilog na nagbigay sa akin ng daan upang simulan ang aking advokasya para sa ating mga kababayang mangyan. Bilang isang Bacoeño, nakita at nakaranas ng itong apekto ng mga bagyo sa aming tahanan. Hindi madali ang makaranas ng ganitong mga bagay, lalo na sa aking kapwa mga katutubo. Daang-daang Pilipino ang nakakaranas na walang tirahan. Hanap buhay at higit sa lahat ang mawalan ng mga mahal sa buhay. Nais kong simulan ang pagbabago, ang pagtulong mula sa akin at mula sa aking community mangyan ay sisimulan namin ang pagkakaisa upang ipakita sa lahat na hindi lang bagyo ang upang sisira sa amin, kundi kami ay magsasama patuloy na papatunayan na hindi lang bagyo ang sisira sa amin.
Imagine with me, if you will, a landscape where emerald mountains kiss the heavens and rivers sing ancient melodies. Here, amidst the verdant silence, dwell the Mangyan people of Oriental Mindoro, guardians of their ancestral lands, custodians of its cultural tapestry. With most of us living in the pressure and fast-paced life of the bustling city, here lies a world hidden in the lush depths of our nation's heartland. The proud and resilient Mangyan tribes. And like many indigenous communities in the Philippines, they face significant challenges when typhoons and other natural disasters strike. The Mangyan tribes often bear the brunt of these powerful storms. These typhoons make our hometown, Baco, submerged in water, some locations deep and some wiped out. Those including the homes of our fellow Mangyans, trapped and has experienced no response and first aid due to excessive damage and remoteness. As the names of these typhoons linger, Nona 2015, Yolanda 2013, and Andoy 2009, these made our Mangyan tribes left banished from their homes and claimed lives of many, being untreated with no help and rescue. And so, we begin the hunt for purpose through helping our Mangyan communities learn the basics for disaster preparedness and response, as to how our fellow Mangyans can enhance their own safety and survival, while reducing impact and damage through learning and training, all these in their own space and language. Providing our fellow Mangyans with emergency response training such as first aid and common emergencies, basic life support and emergency preparedness not only helps them survive situations like this, but also preserve the culture of keeping each and everyone's morals alive. Far beyond the bustling cities and the comforts many of us enjoy, there exists a community whose stories are woven with resilience and whose needs cry for attention. And this is my way of telling the world how important these people are. All lives matter. Together, we can rewrite the narrative of a struggle into one of resilience and triumph. Let our efforts be a testament to our shared humanity, where the distance between privilege and hardship diminishes with every act of kindness and support.
This is the real beauty of having a purpose. Mahal ta na, Oriental, Mindoro.
Thank you so much. Now I'd like to open the stage for question and answer. If the judges have any questions about the project. Use the mic. Thank you so much.
Hi. Did you work with any organization or institution to make this happen for the mga
Yes,
Manyans?
I have. I'm sa Mindoro po, I'm youth ministry. So, bawat buwan po kami umaakyat ng bundok para tulungan ang mga kapwa naming katutubo. So, every month po, we have the project na bigyan sila ng mga kaunting condiments, lalo na yung mga kailangan nila, lalo yung mga pagkain, dahil hindi po sila linggo-linggo bumababa ng bundok. So kami yung kumkusa na umaakyat na buwan-buwan para bigyan yung mga supply katulad ng bigas sapagkat madalang nila nito makain at puro sila yung mga prutas, kaya yung mga food supplement kami ang nagdadala at lalo na po yung mga medicine na kailangan nila. Tulad po ngayong buwan na ito ng tag-ulan, kailangan po nila. So yun po. Thank you.
Any more questions from the judges?
Hi, congratulations. That was one powerful presentation. I'd like to know, ano yung contribution ng local government unit in this overall project?
Okay, the local government, malaki po ang tulong ng local government para po sa amin sapagkat sila po yung nagbibigay ng supply sa amin dahil ang munisipyo po namin ay hindi naman po ganun kasapat at may kakulangan din po. Pero ang government po namin, simula po sa governor namin na nagbibigay ng kaunting tulong para suportahan ang aming mga kapwa katutubo. Lahat po kami ay nagtutulungan dahil sila po ang aming yaman. Kung wala po sila, hindi po namin matutulungan at maiingatan ang natural disaster po namin. So,
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Baco. Thank you for starting the competition very strong. Thank you so much. Now let's call on our next candidate from Bakod City.
There was this woman who once looked at herself in the mirror. She hated herself because she has so much acne and with her body weight. And I was that woman. I hated myself for how it looked. But little did I know that I just needed that love and kindness with myself because I am diagnosed with polycystic ovary syndrome. I am just one of the 4.5 million Filipinos who are struggling with this silent hormonal condition. In this world, there's 70% worldwide that are still underdiagnosed. And that is the reason why I am here. Because I want to build that gap, that lack of education to the public so that we can have that awareness. Because I believe education is the first step to awareness, and that is how we can empower each other, help each other create an empathetic community so that we can understand the silent condition that these women are facing. Acne, hormonal changes in our body with fluctuation of our weight, hirsutism or the excessive hair growths. These goes beyond the physical attributes because sometimes it also affects in a negative bodily image with our confidence and also the lack of support system and understanding. So today I'm here to be that person who will build that gap, and I want to bring you with me in our fight towards the stigma and battling PCOS awareness. Thank you.
Women who don't ovulate regularly, they are considered to have PCOS.
I was in 7th grade when I first started experiencing
your lap scrambling, trying to put together the piece.
Gave her just a 2% chance of conceiving.
It shows up as I have facial hair, weight gain.
Really, infertility doesn't have kind of a discrimination. It doesn't happen to certain people.
And irregular heavy periods. Probably the biggest misconception. The doctor's office.
1/3 of women across the globe suffer from this.
So the Women Project, this project of ours is for the women, and what we want to have here is to make sure that every woman deserves to have the quality of life that they should have, especially sa healthcare system. So we advocate for PCOS or polycystic ovary syndrome. So ato na ginahimo sa buong is outreach na hinasubok sa salakyan makatulad sa may Gonzaga. So makatulad sa tao kay talk to, then we will also give out this educational pamphlets that we prepared and some hygiene tips for the women.
Polycystic ovary syndrome, or PCOS, is a common but often misunderstood hormonal condition affecting a significant percentage of women. Up to 70% of affected women remain undiagnosed worldwide. This is just one of the many issues that affects millions of women, and it's time to address them together. Women's health should be a priority. We need access to a quality healthcare system, education, and resources. Empowering women means addressing these issues collectively. Let's raise awareness and support each other. Together, we can create positive change, because every woman's health matters. The Women Project.
So much, candidate number 2 for being an advocate for women's health. Now, questions from the judges?
Peer pressure, Basab. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, and thank you for tackling one of the most important issues of women today.
Yes.
Thank you also for highlighting the impact of mental health in terms of looking at women's health issues. So my question is, how would you actually explain PCOS in an adolescent girl? No, so adolescent means 10 to 19. No? So in the Philippines, mas pabata ng pabata yung puberty. So when I have a 9-year-old and I want her to understand what PCOS is, or as you said, no, hindi siya masyado nadadiagnose because a lot of them don't know about it. So how would you explain it to them?
Actually, PCOS is, it starts with the reproductive age. And the earlier, the better that we do educate our children so that they can foster that empathetic values in them. We can instill it in them. I think it can be explained to someone who is in their young minds that this condition is something not to be judged. This condition, when you have or when you grow up, you will experience probably having acne, or when you know someone whose weight is fluctuating, someone who have so much excessive hair on her body, then maybe you just have to be kind to them, because this condition is something that's chronic. It's actually not treatable. It cannot be cured, but it can be managed. So let's help each other just by being kind, and let's just try to understand the situation of these women who are battling with the PCOS. And I think if we instill in the young minds at such an early age by educating them, then we can make this place a more kind place for them to live. Thank you.
Any last question from the judges?
Hello, congratulations.
Thank you.
If you win this pageant, how do you plan to further promote your advocacy?
Wow, thank you for that question. This initiative started in our school grounds in our university. And I've realized that there was a lack of general awareness towards PCOS. And I do hope that by spearheading not just only to local communities, but on a wider platform, I can help connect, or I can ask assistance to our local government units and also to our healthcare system for us to really promote and actively try to go into the grassroots, to really go to different communities, especially to the geographically challenged areas, so that we can really reach out to the people who really need the healthcare access. Thank you.
Thank you very much, candidate number 2. I really love the idea of highlighting more than just aesthetics in women's health, highlighting how when you have PCOS, you can have more than just acne, you can have fertility problems and pain and so many things that are still not addressed as well in our healthcare system. So thank you very much for shedding light on that, candidate number 2. Now, our next candidate, let's call on candidate number 3 from Baguio City.
Sound check. Good afternoon. I'm Krishna Marie Gravidas from Baguio City. My Beauty with a Purpose is Color the World with Kindness. Now, you might be wondering why I called it Color the World with Kindness. It started back in August 2022 when I donated 45 sets of crayons to the children of Barangay Happy Hollow community in Baguio City. That's why I call it Color the World with Kindness, as a tribute to that initiative. So Color the World with Kindness is established to encourage the young people to pay forward the kindness that they received, just like how I'm also paying it forward through art, self-expression, and environmental stewardship. The goal of this campaign is to create a future where every child has a chance to strive, where every act of kindness sparks a chain reaction, and every small step leads to monumental change. So I'm hoping that you'll see the hard work, the sincerity, the genuineness, and how dear this campaign is to my heart. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Naimbag daw. I'm Krisha Marigravidas, founder of Color the World with Kindness, a youth empowerment program dedicated to making a difference through art, kindness, and environmental stewardship. Growing up in poverty, I had to take on adult responsibilities early, often missing out on the joys of childhood.
So bata pa lang ako, na-discover ko na yung pagiging business-minded, hindi dahil gusto ko, dahil sa kahirapan, dahil kailangan kong gawin. Hindi ko na mabilang kung ilang bahay yung tinirahan namin kasi hindi namin masustain yung renta. So kailangan namin na lumipat ng bahay sa bahay. Minsan wala yung nanay ko, tapos ako yung sisingilin nung yung landlord. Bata pa lang ako nun, so hindi ko alam sasabihin ko dun sa landlord.
Despite financial challenges, I persevered and continued my education, a path not always available to others in similar situations.
I'm deciding to parang mag-stop na sa pag-aaral kasi yun nga, wala na kaming pera and wala na akong pang-continue sa pag-aaral ko.
Lumaki akong walang tatay. Naranasan ko po maging homeless, laman ng kalye yung buhay ko. Lagi po akong nasa awayan, tambayan. Walang gumagabay sa akin ng mga panahon.
To combat this disenchantment, we aim to unlock the potential in children from marginalized communities through acts of kindness, arts, and self-expression. Kindness is our core value, and growing up, I experienced acts of kindness that made a significant difference in my life. I believe that it has the power to create a more compassionate society, and establishing Color the World with Kindness was a way for me to pay it forward. We began with a simple gesture, providing art materials to children in the Happy Hollow community, and today we have a team of dedicated youth volunteers encouraging and motivating young people to pursue their passions and aspirations. One area we are strengthening is animal welfare. To bolster this initiative, we have partnered with Viaya Animal Care.
Animals can teach us a lot of things, mostly kindness. They are unconditional with their love. When you are able to be kind even in the most difficult circumstances. And this is what the youth can learn from animals. They are just kind because they love.
Empowering the next generation to protect our environment is crucial. We partner with local government units to organize and encourage youth to take tangible actions from tree planting to cleanups. In our fast-paced, technology-driven world, teaching kindness is more important than ever. As we become more digitally connected, we sometimes lose touch with simple, human acts of kindness that bind us together. Color the World with Kindness continues to collaborate with nonprofits to create safe spaces where creativity meets opportunity. Our goal is not just to build a physical facility, but to strengthen partnerships and offer internship programs inclined towards the arts and vocational courses relevant to today's workforce demands and emerging industries, so the next generation can freely pursue their own passions and make the ripple effect as wide as the world. Let's color the world with kindness, one act at a time.
Thank you so much, Miss Baguio. Any questions from the judges?
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Your advocacy is unique. I'm impressed.
Thank you.
Simple yet profound. You mentioned that you have advocates already who are doing what you're doing. Can you tell us how far and wide has your advocacy reached? How many young people and what platforms are you using to spread this Color the World with Kindness?
Thank you for that question. So I am now harnessing the power of social media. Back in early 2023, I started being active on our social media platforms, specifically Facebook and Instagram. And some of the volunteers are also here now, so hello, they're there. So most of them are students, and we've all gathered because we have similar situations. I didn't mention in my video, but it was in my original video. It was cut because it was so long. But I've always had a close affinity with the youth because it stems out from my own childhood experiences. I can say that I can relate more to them with their life stories. That's why now we have a total of 17 youth volunteers. We do our programs whenever we are available. So we collaborated with PI. Sorry for that. We collaborated with PI Animal Care. Also, we do regularly visit Barangay Happy Hollow community. And then also for environmental activities, we collaborate with local government units, specifically in Baguio City and also in Cavite. Thank you.
Any last question? Okay. Thank you so much, Miss Baguio.
Thank you so much.
So you can see how some of the girls have very diverse projects, even if they're working with just one organization. Now let's call on candidate number 4 from Batangas. Round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, some people ask me, did your advocacy choose you, or did you choose your advocacy? Well, I, Bianca Tapia, was born 2 months early, prematurely, and was diagnosed with a hearing impairment. And I immigrated to the United States at an early age and had to navigate life with difficulty, having with Tagalog being my first language. And I also had to feel the marginalized experiences from everyone around me, especially not being able to hear. And it wasn't only till I got to high school and I raised above that diagnosis and I connected students with disabilities and students without disabilities that we can be connected, we can be united, we can be one. And we did activities together that showed the high school that we do not have to prejudice other students and make them feel less. And this is when I realized that my advocacy chose me. And up till this day, as a Tanaweños USA Youth Director, I fight for those with disabilities. And so I present to you my BWAP, my Beauty with a Purpose, because it's now or never.
I am only one, but still, I am one. I cannot do everything, but still, I can do something. Such are the powerful words of author and disability rights advocate Helen Keller. Like her, I grew up with a disability. Having been born premature, I have partial loss of hearing, diagnosed when I was only 8 years old, but I did not let being hearing impaired define me. It has rather inspired me to build a world where everyone can hear, see, and feel the beauty of inclusivity. Back at my high school in California, I created the Best Buds Club. The Best Buds Club connected students with disabilities with outside students from the general population, where we did weekly activities together. This project has shown me how beautiful the world can be if everyone feels included, a gift that I further wanted to extend in my hometown in Batangas.
As the youth director of Tanawenhas USA, I now champion inclusive education for the people of Batangas.
It is the interest of the organization to invest in our youth, since they are the future leaders of men. ICA has been playing a very important role in the organization. As Director of Youth, she is responsible for planning and overseeing the programs of the youth. The latest project, which Bianca is the chairwoman, is to reach out to our children in Malbar Assisted Facility and Therapy Center. Here, ICA represented Tanawenhas USA, assessed and will continue to assess their needs and presented financial assistance.
Angelita Cathedral, I am the founder of Malbar Assisted Facility and Therapy Center. Very rarely naman na nachuchusan kami para mabigyan ng opportunity to receive something like this. We know that it's going to help the children in their everyday life. We would also like to thank Bianca for her good heart, for giving this opportunity to be with the children and helping them and sharing her time and the resources that she was able to gather for the children of Malbar Assisted Facility. Thank you very much, Miss Bianca.
What's your name?
Nathan po.
Do you believe in yourself?
Yes po.
That you are powerful, confident, smart?
Masaya po ako dito kasi madami po akong friends po.
Today, Tanawenhas USA has helped many beneficiaries across 48 barangays in Tanawan City.
But the dream doesn't stop there. I want to pursue inclusive education not only in Batangas but all throughout the Philippines.
As the Tanawenhas USA Youth Director, I am advocating for a more inclusive education for the hearing impaired and disabled students in Batangas. I am gathering enough funds to consistently contribute to the special devices needed by the students with disabilities to continue their learning. My 5-year plan includes developing a program that helps address their special needs, such as improving the student-to-teacher ratio for the community, possibly even developing an institution.
For me, the world becomes more beautiful when those that are hearing impaired with disabilities and are marginalized are given an equal chance to quality education.
Because for me, the most beautiful sound is a thank you from the voice of a child who has been given a chance to a better life.
Wow, thank you so much. Thanks for being vulnerable with us and actually promoting promoting inclusivity because of your disability. That's really amazing. Now, any questions from the judges regarding her project?
Hello. Hi, a peaceful afternoon. First and foremost, I would like to say, just like the other girls here, you are amazing. You are a living testament that whatever circumstances you are in, hindi yun naging sagabal sa mga pangarap mo. Maraming mga bata at kabataan ngayon na nangangarap, ngunit maraming mga bagay at circumstances na nagiging sagabal sa mga pangarap nila. Yeah, keep on doing everything that you're doing for inclusive education. My question pertains to, dahil nga napaka-importante ng advokasya mo, not a lot of organizations, not a lot of people are doing what you are doing. How do you intend to mainstream this kind of advocacy in our country, in our society? Kasi, I've been doing NGO work for almost 20 years already. At konti lang talagang gumagawa ng inyong advokasya. Thank you.
Well, there's 56,000 schools in the Philippines and only about 600 of them have a special education center. And the only way that I can further expand on that is by being an example. I raised above my disability. I obtained a master's degree even at Pepperdine University in management and leadership. And I think it's important that we take baby steps. It's one step at a time. This isn't gonna happen overnight. And as I continue to advocate and fight and be that voice for those that are voiceless, people will see that. Because the more we continue to show the world that we can be more and above our disabilities, people will continue to see that. It starts with one person at a time, and eventually it'll trickle down to the world. And I hope that I inspired all of you today to fight for those with disabilities, because it's hard for them. It's hard for them to obtain an educational degree, to obtain a job. And why should they be less? Because we are all equal.
Just a follow-up question. Kasi nauubusan tayo ng SPED teachers in the Philippines because we are in demand abroad. What would you, and we need that. That's what you said. I saw that in your video. What would you tell SPED teachers who are thinking of going abroad? Kasi we can't blame them. Kasi, di ba, mas malaki talagang kita doon. They could support their families here. So it's not bad to go outside, but we also need SPED teachers here. So what would you tell these teachers who are thinking of working abroad?
I'm sorry, I didn't capture everything that you said, so
it's okay.
The question is,
what would you tell the SPED teachers who want to go abroad, given that we cannot blame them since they want to support their families here, but we also need them to serve here?
I think if their intentions are well, I'm supportive of it, because after all, I'm sure they want to go abroad to also pursue their passion, to fight for what means a lot for them. And if they can only share what means a lot to them, also to the people here in the Philippines, so that they can teach what they know to the teachers here, then I support it. Because when we are sharing our knowledge amongst one another, whether that teacher learns it here or abroad, but they're sharing it to people so that we can expand and develop our curriculums, you know, obtain funds for special devices for the children with disabilities, I support it. Because after all, they're giving back to their family. But I hope that they're also spreading the kindness and goodness that they are learning abroad.
Thank you so much, candidate number 4. I really, really love Beauty with a Purpose. I feel like we're all collectively learning so much about different causes, and being a beauty queen in Miss World Philippines really is not easy. You can see that we're practically doing a thesis defense here on stage. So we really appreciate your presence and support in supporting all of these advocacies. Now let's call on our next candidate, candidate number 5 from Benette.
Good afternoon. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge that the topic I'm about to discuss is deeply personal, and it might be difficult for some of us. But please know that this is a safe space, and it's okay to feel whatever comes up. I'd like to invite everyone to take a moment for a brief exercise. Please close your eyes. Now, picture yourself at a younger age and think of a time where you felt scared, hurt, or confused. What would you tell them to help them through those dark moments? Slowly, bring your awareness back to this room, and when you're ready, please open your eyes. Thank you for taking that journey with me. My Beauty with a Purpose is called Dear 6-Year-Old Me. When I was 5 to 6 years old, I was sexually abused by family members. It happened not once, not twice, not thrice, but 7 times. So, to my younger self, I just want you to know that the immense pain and the trauma you've experienced, I acknowledge that. And I recognize the strength that it took to survive those moments. Whatever happened to you, you did not deserve that, and it's not your fault. I am Eula Oriel, your candidate number 5. And I wish to offer healing and strength, not only to myself, but to everyone or anyone who has faced similar experiences. This is my story, and this is my purpose.
Think back to when you were a child and you enthusiastically played with children from your neighborhood or your cousins. You were happy, excited, sharing your toys and waves of laughter. This is not the case for a lot of children. That was not my reality. I am Eula Ariel Poltep, and I am a survivor of child sexual abuse. I was an only child until I had a brother at the age of 6. Growing up, I always played with neighbors, or my parents would drop me off at a family's house while they went out for work. Usually, I would be the only girl, so I would not really have a strong connection with them or with the games they liked to play. Playing with them was not always filled with sunshine and rainbows. Most of the time, I feel as though I am imprisoned in a pitch black room with no windows, offering no chance of escape or hope. The abuse happened not once, not twice, not thrice, but 7 times, from different kids and teens. I was coerced and blackmailed. I lacked the ability to say no. I was scared. I've internalized my fear and my agony. It feels like I'm crying out for help, but nothing is heard. I grew up suppressing the feeling, and I've learned to convince myself that it was just a nightmare. But during the pandemic, I was able to process that trauma. And later this year, one of my TikTok videos blew up about me finally opening up. That's when I realized that I am not alone, and it is more common than we think, but we barely speak up about it, and support is not accessible. My Beauty with a Purpose project is called Dear 6-Year-Old Me. And together with the Benguet Youth Organization, we collaborated in building a support group for CSA survivors.
Zay purpose mi nga ikat day ma-reach out dagizay communities nga hanunay nga accessible, especially dagizay far-flung areas, especially the students, the youth.
We've been partnering with other agencies para makahingi ng tulong for the people of Benguet. Mga board of directors is mga youth. So sila ang nag-encourage din namin na tulungan ang mga youth kasi sila mismo nakikita nila kung ano ang mga problema ng nandito na mga youth.
By providing peer support and fostering an environment where members can share without fear of judgment, criticism, or pressure, while empowering them to take control of their healing journey.
Through the powerful platform that the Miss World Philippines organization has, I can build this project to be well-structured, informed, and connected to professional resources, and collaborate with local mental health professionals who can provide specialized care. What would you tell to your 6-year-old self?
My 6-year-old self.
I would dream bigger. With hard work and dedication, you can get anything.
Hindi man mabilis, pero makakarating dun tayo.
Don't lose your passion.
Remember, it's okay to make mistakes.
Please allow yourself to be.
I'm grateful that you are here today. You got this.
I dreamed that one day, every child will grow up in a world that is vigilant about their protection, educated about their rights, and supportive of their needs, where every child can thrive, free from fear, and full of potential.
Such a powerful presentation from Miss Benguet. Thank you so much. And thank you for being a prime example of being the woman, the little girl in you needed growing up. Any questions from the judges regarding Miss Benguet's project?
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your story. It's not easy, especially if you're still trying to heal from a trauma. And thank you for highlighting one of the still most pressing issues faced by children. We still have a lot of sexual violence in the Philippines. You have covered, if I'm not mistaken, 3 most important aspects. No? So you did cover the violence, but also looking at the role of families, and that the usual aggressors are family members, and finally the role of peer education. And I'm very, very interested about your project and how do you gain support, and what types of skills do you think our young people need in order to support their peers, regardless if they are girls or boys who have experienced the same, because boys are actually getting abused, but there are less talk about it. So how are these skills being used to help either share the information, prevent abuse, or report abuse so that they get justice if they want to get justice that they deserve? Thank you.
Yes. I think it's really important to protect their innocence, especially children. When I posted a TikTok video, I didn't know that there are a lot of youth or younger women, most specifically, who have the same experience as mine. And from then on, I received a lot of messages from those people, especially those who cannot comment or repost that video because they're not ready to share their experiences. So from there, we build a community where we empower one another to take charge of our own healing journey. And to be honest, this project, The Tangible, it's still new. I just collaborated with the organization, Benguet Youth Organization, and during their medical missions and outreach programs, especially on far-flung areas, there are a lot of children who have the same experience, but their parents are scared to report it because it's from their own family member. And we all know that sexual abuse is such a taboo topic still here in the Philippines. So the skills or the resources that we can do is to just bring awareness and educate with them. I think it's so important, especially now that TikTok is so prevalent. That's where I was able to accept my reality. So I can start, or since I'm building platforms now or followers on social media, so I can use that to connect with other women or even men, boys, so that they'd be able to take charge of their own healing as well.
Thank you. Any final question?
The problem with child abuse has grown immensely in our country. I don't know if people are aware, or more people are aware, that the Philippines is #1 now for online sexual exploitation and abuse of children. And #1 in the Philippines is the Visayas, particularly Cebu. I am quite familiar with this problem because I'm one of their supporters and major proponent for supporting shelters for these children, particularly the girls. You mentioned the healing, the openness, that they can get in touch with you. Did you ever consider that this is a major crime as well, and how will you connect it? Because we need prevention, and we need also to stop the crime that is ongoing in the privacy of homes, particularly the less privileged homes, to earn a buck. So how are you going to step up? Because it's not just, of course we want to hear them and commiserate with them, but this is a crime. So how will you go forward with it?
The thing about child sexual abuse, especially for child-on-child sexual abuse, is that these are kids as well, and kids cannot consent. In my case, it happened with kids and teens. So it's not really easy, and I didn't know how to go about it. And the first time that I opened up about it, especially to relatives and family members, they told me to just forget it because it's been so long. So I tried to downplay it for such a long time, but I did understand that it was a crime and we need to take action about it. What we can do is to pressure or urge our government to really tighten or strengthen our laws, especially when it comes to child sexual abuse. And through the platform of Miss World, I hope I can actually reach people who's in power or who have the authority to do something about it, especially in giving justice to those victims. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Benette. Thank you. Now we still have a lot of projects and causes to shed light on, so let's call on our next candidate, candidate number 6 from Bicol region.
Good afternoon. On some days, I am Jean Isabel Bilasano, Miss World Philippines Bicol region. But on most days, and today, I am Jean Isabel Bilasano, registered speech-language pathologist, the only one in my province, if not the entire Bicol region. There are only 640 practicing licensed speech pathologists in the Philippines, barely 1,000 catering to millions of Filipinos with special needs. I hope to make healthcare accessible and rehabilitation accessible, and I work to make that happen. I raise awareness about speech pathology in the hopes of increasing the people in the workforce and have enough people to actually make community-based rehabilitation stand in every town. This is simply not just my advocacy. This is my profession, my passion, and my purpose. Every single thing is part and parcel of what I have been doing for 5 years now and what I will continue to do in 5 more.
I go to different houses in Albay, Monday to Wednesday, from Tabaco to Legazpi, others Daraga, just so I can give therapy to kids, even adults. I start work at 8. My farthest is in Taisan, that's uphill, right? I leave the house an hour before because I live very, very far from Taisan. The one we're going to, it's a play school. It's a play school owned by one of the parents of my kids.
I have a son diagnosed with ASD. Sabi ng friend namin, you call Teacher Jean. Nag-heads up siya na laging loaded to kasi since nag-iisa lang siya ditong speech pathologist talaga.
A study done by the Philippine Association of Speech Pathologists from 2018 shows that there are 8,180 patients for one speech therapist in the country. This ratio reflects the demand for allied medical professionals like us. Since 2020, there has only been one SLT in Albay, and that has been me.
Liam was diagnosed when he was 4 years old. It took a while. It took a while for us to have the courage to get him finally assessed. Si teacher, she's all we've got.
I have to admit that I am no superwoman. I cannot accommodate everybody who needs treatment. My goal is to make healthcare and rehab accessible to every Filipino, but I understand how big of a dream that is. So I want to start small and realistic.
Mag-travel siya dito sa province namin. Diretso siya sa bahay ng kids kung saan siya magtuturo. And kahit aalis siya going to Manila na, aalis siya ng mga 3 or 4, may class pa siya hanggang 3 hanggang 2. So na-realize ko maraming parents pala yung may needs dito. Chain effect. From the help of Teacher Jean sa amin na nakita namin na there is hope, nag-put up kami nitong center para makatulong din sa kids.
After my stroke, I struggled to speak clearly. I found hope with the help of my amazing therapist, Ma'am Jean.
I went into speech pathology knowing that I would help people talk, I would help children call their moms mama. I hope I inspire more people to understand that people need healthcare, people need rehabilitation, people need therapy. And when people understand that, maybe then people would actually try to venture into our profession. We don't just help people talk, we help them tell stories. Stories that inspire me, that I hope would inspire the entire world.
Thank you so much, candidate number 6. Can I just say it's so powerful of her to come in her healthcare worker outfit. I applaud that. Thank you so much for representing all the healthcare workers here in Miss World Philippines. Now, do we have any questions from the judges?
Hi, Teacher Jean.
Hello po.
Yes, thank you for encouraging everyone to consider healthcare as a profession. And thank you, first and foremost, thank you for putting that in the video, that all pictures and videos were taken with consent, and for consciously blurring some of the faces. Really appreciate that as part of protection work. Ang swerte nung village where you're able to support, and as you have rightly said, there are very few, and the lines are very long, diagnosing special needs of children. And even our government is really struggling to put inclusivity inside the healthcare and even education institutions. So how do you think young people around you who might not be into the healthcare system but who are considering other careers to look into or to help address some of these issues in terms of inclusivity and maybe directly or indirectly contributing to improving yung access of children and their parents to proper health care? Thank you.
Thank you po. I purposely did the blurring to respect the privacy of parents, even if I asked for their permission. Anyway, to address that, I understand that we are a very small community. There are only 640 of us in the country, and it is very hard to encourage people to go into something that they don't know, right? That's why my goal in Miss World Philippines and in everyday life is to increase the information dissemination and the awareness of what we do and what we can offer in the communities. To be honest, word of mouth is my currency. The testimonies of my parents, of the parents that I work with, and the kids that I have worked with are what helped me grow as a professional. And I believe it's also the same thing that we can do in communities. I know for a fact that at least one of us knows someone who has difficulty or disability, and maybe then we can tap into their families or the friends that we know and have them talk about their needs and how we can help them. And that's when we insert the suggestions and the recommendations of what professionals can help them in terms of their needs. If I could share, I've been doing this for 3, 4, 5 years now. And I love sharing about my profession on social media. I usually do questions or frequently asked questions on the internet. And I would get comments that, oh, you have inspired me to go to healthcare or take a healthcare program. And that for me is very inspiring. That may be just one person wanting to help more people, but that's also one person who can cater to 8 patients a day. So that's good enough for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, thank you so much, candidate number 6. And thank you for influencing more people to enter the healthcare profession. Next up, let's call on candidate number 7 from Cagayan Province.
Good day, everyone. So, I'll start with a meme na nabasa ko few years back. Most of the foreigner people would usually pass their responsibility of taking care of their aging parents to the nursing homes. Dahil, ang dahilan daw ay, ang mga pinapakain nila sa anak nila ay mga takeaway foods na mina-microwave lang. Unlike us here in the Philippines na nilulutuan tayo to show their love and affection for us. That's why we take care of our aging parents and our grandparents as well. So, according to research, there's an 8% of elderly population in the Philippines and 10% in the world. As a result, there's a drastic increase in statistics abandonment in adolescence and also negligence. So, my project, which is Liwanag sa Henerasyon program, strives for initiative that helps support the elderly receive the help that they deserve through social programs that combat isolation and loneliness, promoting awareness about the changes in their preferences, the changes in their needs as they grow old, and of course, about their senior citizen benefits and their rights. So during our outreach program in Cagayan, I met two Lola. They are an Aita. They believe in an ethnic group which is Aita. So when I gave them our flyers, someone beside them responded, "Handa mo basa, handa mo ti Tagalog dagita," sabi nila. They said they don't know how to read. They don't understand Tagalog and English. So I speak to them in Ilocano, and I made sure that they understand everything. I also asked them if they have like children or in their home they have someone that could read and they could explain to them what is written in the flyer. So luckily they do. So I believe that as younger generation, it is our moral imperative to help them and lessen their burdens. I believe that we should be the one to explain it to them whenever they're lost or they feel lost. Ano man ang pinakain nila sa atin, take away food man, or pinagluto man tayo, I believe we should always give back to the elders. Thank you.
Amidst the bustling noise of our modern lives, it's easy to overlook the silent struggles of our elders. Loneliness, neglect, and unmet healthcare needs often lurk behind closed doors hidden from view. But I refuse to turn a blind eye. We should embrace empathy, compassion, and action. Our elderly population is growing, and with it, the challenges they face multiply. Let us remind ourselves that every voice, every act of kindness can create ripples of change. Together, let us build a society where the golden years truly shine, where elderly are cherished, respected, and cared for with the dignity they deserve. Let us remember that advocating for elderly care is not just a duty, but a privilege, an opportunity to honor the past, celebrate the present, and safeguard the future. Let us advocate not out of obligation, but out of love for our grandparents, our parents, and our future selves.
Thank you. A round of applause for Miss Cagayan Province. Now, any questions from the judges?
Hello, peaceful afternoon, sweetheart. Thank you so much for your advocacy. Alam naman nating lahat napaka-importante talaga na maalagaan ang ating elders, ang ating older generations. My question is, what kind of services do you intend to give to our elders, to our older generations? Thank you.
Hello, Mom. I believe social programs is very important, especially to nursing homes. They need like a way to be happy. We could provide them a show to combat loneliness and isolation. I believe we could also promote awareness to the family members about the changes in their needs, especially that they are growing old. The changes are very common to them. And of course, the benefits they deserve, because a lot of older people, they don't know the benefits, the senior citizen benefits po. So it is very important to promote that.
Okay, so from just a follow-up question, from my understanding is it would really depend on your assessment or your group's assessment every time you visit home of our elders, tama ba? Home
Yes.
for the aged.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, candidate number 7. Now let's call on our next candidate, candidate number 8 from Canlogan, Pasic City.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shekinah Jones Tamayo, and my Beauty with a Purpose campaign is entitled The 3 Ys, as in the letter Y, and it stands for You are visible, you are heard, and you matter. As a psychology graduate, I am passionate about mental health awareness. Because in order for us to fully function in our daily lives, we should not only be physically healthy, but mentally healthy as well. Since this can impair our ability to think, make decisions, our thoughts, feelings, and emotions. There are a lot of mental health conditions that are often missed out or not given attention to, which is why I am standing here firmly advocating for an access to psychological services that is integral to the overall welfare of the public, especially those people who have lived experiences, meaning those people who experiences firsthand mental health conditions or disabilities. Because at the end of the day, I want all of you to feel that you are visible, you are heard, and you matter. Thank you.
We are living in a world that is exposed to various experiences brought by natural and unforeseen phenomenons. As such, the impact of these events is integral to the overall welfare of the public. With this, My Beauty with a Purpose campaign is ensuring the mental health of each individual, particularly those who have lived experiences. In our generation, a lot of people are suffering with mental health conditions that are often missed out or not given attention to. There are also times that social influences inhibit the potentiality to establish a conducive environment that aims to break prejudice and attitudinal barriers. I stand and fight alongside these people that are suffering with their own personal battles for an access to psychological services that are crucial for their own development as an individual. With this, I want to be a spokesperson that will make everyone realize that mental illnesses is true and is happening. Right now is indeed the right time to do something and to be better.
A round of applause for Miss Cadlogan, Pasic City. Thank you so much for being a mental health advocate. Now, do any of our judges have questions about her project?
Since you started your advocacy, congratulations pala, by the way, sorry. Dumediretso ka sa tanong kasi don't have time.
Thank you.
Since you started your advocacy, what changes have you seen in the people that you gave these awareness doing mga advocacy talks, etc.?
There's a big change, especially the way they're living their lives. You know, because if you are afflicted by mental illnesses or disorders, it really impairs your ability to function well every day. And honestly speaking, I am diagnosed with a mental disorder myself. So the struggle is there, the struggle is real. And honestly speaking, there's this stigma that there's no such thing about mental disorder, which is why I advocate about mental health awareness, because mental health awareness does not only happen in the youth, it came across all ages. And I'm very glad that those people that are close to me reach out to me when they need someone to talk to, or if they have this certain experiences that really degrades themselves. So what I do is I recommend or refer them to mental health institutions that I am aware of. And you know, as a psychology graduate, I also became an intern at one of the mental health institution in our place. So yeah, basically, I am very happy that, you know, those people who are afflicted are given the care that they need of. Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up question?
Hello.
Hi.
Just like what Sabrina said, your advocacy is very timely, but how will you now expound this or extend this so that there will be sustainability of your advocacy? I've seen some of your activities reaching out, talking in public places, but what are your strategies to really address the problem? As a psychology graduate, have you graduated
Yes,
already?
po.
As a psychology graduate, your background in psychology, how will you make it more meaningful so that these people with mental issues or emotional issues, issues of depression can really be addressed? Because talking in public places may not be enough, dearest. You have, of course, there is awareness, but as you said, it's your passion. So how will you now extend this advocacy to really hit the right clientele and help them?
Well, it's not a secret that I am a one-man team since I advocate for it more on myself, but the way that I could expand this is by partnering up with my local government unit in Pasic City, which I think will help disseminate the information about mental health. And we could also create programs that not only expand it, but also implement the services that the people need when it comes to psychological services. Thank you.
Thank you so much, candidate number 8. Thank you for showing
Thank
us your
you.
project. Next up, we have candidate number 9 from Capiz.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Mariam Lara Ashraf Abdelhamid, and I'm representing the province of Capiz. I want to be honest and direct to the point with you that I did not prepare a speech because I really wanted to stand up here in front of you and I want to be so genuine and unfiltered. My advocacy is about animal welfare. And in as much as every single young lady here with me, my fellow candidates have their own advocacies that they are fighting for and it's really important to them, I really want to stand up for those who can't speak, which is animals. We are all they've got. In times when I tried to trust my fellow human beings, my classmates and my family members in time of need, I was bullied, I was looked down at, and I was judged. But those who were there for me were my pets. And I started my advocacy way before I even joined pageants. When I adopted my first dog, her name is Chanel. She is now 8 years old, and I have adopted many more after her and also put them up for adoption for no payment at all. So basically, I spent a lot of time, effort, and money because I see the importance of like the impact that they have done in my life. They taught me how to love without words. And I really want to let people and everyone that I'm gonna be using this platform for them to realize that they also have an importance in our life. Thank you.
Imagine a world where every animal is treated with kindness and respect, where cruelty is a thing of the past, and where all living beings are given the chance to thrive. This is the world I strive to create through my animal welfare advocacy. According to the World Health Organization, road accidents kills an estimated 1.35 million people per year around the world, and between 20 to 50 million people are injured. One of the biggest reasons of road accident is caused by stray animals. Many dogs and cats here in the Philippines are being killed, tortured, and neglected because they are considered a nuisance here in our society. And sadly, no one has the time to report this to the authorities. Animals, like humans, are sentient beings, capable of experiencing pain, fear, joy, and love. It is our ethical duty to ensure their humane treatment. Every action we take, no matter how small, contributes to a larger movement towards a more compassionate and humane world for animals. Together, we can make a difference. Let's stand up for those who cannot speak for themselves and work towards a future where all animals are treated with the dignity and respect they deserve.
Round of applause for Miss Capiz. Now, any questions from the judges regarding her advocacy for animal rights?
Yeah. Do you work with any organizations? Kasi parang when you work for animal welfare, that entails a lot of resources as well kasi nga wala nang tumututok. So it's hard to get funding actually for animal welfare. So do you work with any organizations, and how do you gather resources to support your advocacy?
In terms if I'm working with other organizations, I did try to reach out to our local government units before in the past when I started like joining pageants and using this as my advocacy, but unfortunately it is difficult because you need to like have an exact funding and it's too much, and people sometimes they would even tell me that I would rather spend money and time on human beings than animals, which they have a point. But out of 10 people, no, let's say out of 30 people, there's one who's actually an advocate for animal welfare. And I would say I'm also one of them. And to be honest with you, what I use for me to take care of them is my own earnings. And people would tell me that it's so impractical of you because they just live a short life here in this world, and after that, then where are you gonna get your earnings if you stop working and all that? But I would say that it feels so amazing to like see that when I adopt one stray dog, take care of them, provide them with the medical assistance that they need, the love and care, and then see them go ahead and live in a lovely home that they are taken care of up until the last breath that they take in this world. It feels so fulfilling. I don't know how to put into words that even though I don't have like a backup plan, even though I don't have any organizations that are helping me with this, I still want to go with it because without them, I don't even know where I would be. Like when in terms of my mental health and everything that I've went through, they were my backbone, except for my family, of course. They were my backbone and they gave me a purpose, and this is my purpose. That's why I would love to use what Bianca said, that this advocacy, I did not choose it. It chose me. So, yeah.
You were talking about resources and using your own, but for the rest and for all the people here, what is that one concrete step with or without resources that you can actually take. If you're talking to me and I don't know where to start, although I'm a fur parent myself, what is that one concrete step that I can do to contribute to animal welfare?
What I could say, if we're not going to be talking about resources like food and shelter, because food, we can provide it if we have money. Shelter, if we have space in our house, we can still adopt them and take care of them. What I'm trying to push forward is the treatment. We see stray animals around us, and even though you're not a fur parent or you don't want to take care of one, at least don't hurt them. That's one thing that we can do. Don't kick them and don't kill them and don't put on your anger upon them. That's one thing that you can actually help us animal welfare advocates. Because one person in one city, we can't really take care of the whole city at once. But if we help each other in every step of the way, respecting them, that they have lives, they can feel emotions, let them live the life that's given to them by God, it's one step that you're helping us with. And there's one thing as well I want to push forward is our laws here in the Philippines. I will speak for the Philippines first. Our laws here in the Philippines, that we do have laws that protects them, but it's not enough. Because authorities would know if we report it, but how about if we don't? And I want to say, even though you don't want to take care of a dog or a cat or any certain animal, at least look at them as your children or your sibling or your parent. Would you want any harm be inflicted on them? So that's how I want you to see it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, candidate number 9, for sharing your advocacy. What I love about her presentation actually is that she really exemplifies how being an advocate doesn't necessarily mean that you have to work with so many organizations or that you have to have so many projects. Sometimes being an advocate just means amplifying your own voice to shed light to a certain cause that is close to your heart. So never underestimate your own voice when it comes to bringing change into the world. Now let's call on candidate number 10 from Cavite.
Hello everyone, my name is Dia Mata, I'm from Cavite, and allow me to sing you a short tune. I believe the children are our future, teach them well and let them lead the way, show them all the beauty they possess inside. So if you're familiar, that song is from The Greatest Love of All by Whitney Houston. And in that song, it says that the children are the future of our world. We must protect and nurture the next generation, especially young girls and women, as they are the backbone of our society. But what if these children or young girls experience traumatic events such as sexual abuse? The Center of Treatment and Prevention of Child Sexual Abuse states that over 1/3 of Filipino children experience some form of abuse or sexual abuse before they turn 18 years old. And as we all know, that can lead to lasting psychological effects that are detrimental to their development and to their mental health. So what can we do to keep these children happy? How can we help them grow? How can we nurture their future? I have had the amazing opportunity to work with Cribs Foundation since I was a little girl. It is a home for abandoned babies and sexually abused girls from ages 7 to 17. And little did I know that I would be able to share the power of music to not only these girls, but to the world as well. So allow me to present to you my BWAP, which is Melodías para Alegrar Días, or Melodies to Brighten Days. Thank you.
Growing up, two things shaped who I am: music and giving back. Music was my escape, my creative spark. My Lola Dennis ignited it all with his tiny toy piano. Then, Lola Boyne gave me the real deal, an acoustic piano. From there, lessons, choirs, recitals, performing at charity events for Kids and UNICEF. Music changed my life. But music wasn't enough. Helping others was instilled in me young. In Cavite, during natural disasters, I'd lend a hand. High school was filled with volunteering at Chosen Children Village Foundation. But there was one place that truly touched my heart: Cribs Foundation. Cribs Foundation is a non-profit organization licensed by the Department of Social Welfare and Development. It's a home and a safe space for the abandoned, neglected, surrendered babies and female minor survivors of sexual abuse.
They have been bruised, no? They have been wounded because of the abuse. So we are providing them with interventions to hopefully at least heal, recover, and hopefully we can reintegrate them back with their families or communities.
Since I was 8, I visited with my family. These girls, survivors of abuse, needed more than just visits. So I did what I knew best. I started teaching them music. It's a powerful tool, a form of therapy, a way to heal. And recently, I was granted the opportunity to organize a small concert, raising funds and awareness for their future.
We're deeply honored to be part of this mini concert that combines the magic of music with the power of purpose.
My advocacy, Music as Therapy, aims to create a positive impact for these girls, for all orphans, for survivors everywhere. The Miss World platform offers a chance to share this message globally.
Thank you po, Coach Dia, sa pagbibigay din ng oras at pagtuturo sa amin ng voice lesson at piano lesson. Thank you po sa love niyo po sa amin. Tapos thank you po kasi binigyan niyo po kami ng kasiyahan. Yun po. Thank you po, Coach. Love you.
One of my dreams po, gusto kong maging singer. And gaya ng ginagawa ni Coach Dia, gusto ko din pong turuan yung ibang bata. Gusto ko rin pong makatulong sa iba. Ang message ko sa iyo, Coach Dia, is sana mas matupad mo pa po yung mga pangako mo. Galingan mo lang po. Kaya mo po yan. We love you po.
Music transcends language. It speaks to the soul, uniting us across cultures. It evokes emotions, brings people together, and reminds us we're never really alone. Through music, we can heal, connect, and make a difference.
Thank you so much, candidate number 10. Thank you for using your passion for underprivileged girls. Now, let's open the floor for questions from our judges.
Hello po. Hello, peaceful afternoon, sweetheart. Gusto ko yung part ng I love you. Because it really shows that you have really been doing this for some time. At makikita, maramdam mo dun sa video yung epekto ng ginagawa mo. As we all know, music is a universal language. And if there's one thing that I learned in our peace journey, it is that music is really a powerful tool in healing hearts and minds. Since this type of mission is very significant, how do you intend to sustain this kind of initiative? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Well, as someone who has experienced mental health issues, depression and anxiety, being that music has been so healing for me, and that's why I wanted to work with the girls at Cribs, because they've gone through so much and they also experience a lot of mental health issues. But when I go there and when I teach them music, I instantly see how their eyes light up and they change. When I first went there, they were very shy. But when we started the sessions and I kept coming back, they would open up, they would tell me about their own stories, tell me about their little chicas here and there, and just about what they love and what they love to do. And I found out so many of them love piano. They want to play the drums. They want to play guitar. And I'm actually happy to announce that through this benefit concert that I did with my musician friends, we were able to raise 600,000 pesos for Cribs Foundation. And we were able to receive instruments, or JB Music will be donating instruments to Cribs Foundation, not just for their teachings in music, but also for them to explore their own talents in music. So other than me consistently going to Cribs, teaching these girls music, I will be bringing a few of my musician friends to come with me to teach these kids, and hopefully to create sustainability. Every few months or annually, I will host a benefit concert like what I did here in this video in order to raise more funds for Cribs to support their own projects in the foundation. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Hi, Dia. Thank you so much for what you do. Congratulations. Gusto ko sundan yung question ni Miss Hani, no? From sustaining the project on the individual level, because you were doing it in terms of them being able to express themselves, them being, kids and exploring their talents. How do you actually see them using music as a way of building their own lives?
Well, I've seen music truly impact so many people's lives. For example, I've had friends who've come from poverty, and they were able to use their own musical talents to build themselves up and to be able to create their own careers and jobs and make names for themselves. But I think specifically for these girls, because they go through so much, what is so important with music is that it truly helps with, one, keeping them relaxed, making them more outgoing, and keeping them sane, so that when they get older, they have an outlet for expression, an outlet for them to put out their feelings in a safe and responsible way, and so that they can become more productive adults in the future.
Thank you so much, Dia.
Thank you so much.
I have to admit, guys, I'm a little biased towards Dia's project because I also work with Cribs Foundation. When I joined Miss World Philippines, my project, my BWAP, was also with Cribs, and I can vouch for the foundation. And I actually would like to urge the queens today to not underestimate the platform what we share right now in Miss World, because Miss World Philippines actually helped me raise so much funds for Cribs, and I hope that you get that positive impact as well in your projects today. Next up, we have candidate number 11 from Dasmariñas City, Cavite.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's feeling okay. So in 2022, I started my charity called One with the Mission, and I'm so happy that as of now, we've reached 150 people and feeding them, and aside from that, we also roam around within our city to feed 70 stray animals such as cats and dogs. As a diplomacy major, graduate, and aspiring educator, my goal for One with the Mission charity is to morph into organization, to tie up with non-organizational groups to promote peace and holistic wellness for people and animals, because I strongly believe that we should have our own purpose in this life and we shouldn't just exist. And I strongly believe that this vision of mine, I will turn this into reality someday, and I hope that I could do this in the nearest future so that I can finally tell myself that I found my purpose. Thank you so much.
As I grew up, I witnessed how my parents love helping others even though we didn't have much in life. We experienced having less, but still, my siblings and I were raised having the mindset that we don't need to have all the good things to help people, animals, and the environment. I remember the times when we were outside and my parents would randomly feed homeless people or adopt stray dogs. And that is why I think I've picked up a habit ever since I was a student and up until now
that as long as I could, I will let someone hungry eat and sit with me at the table. In 2022, without any special occasion, I decided to start my humble charity called One with a Mission. This humble charity of mine focuses on almsgiving and philanthropy. I initiated to fund this platform out of my own pocket during the time that I've experienced abundance with my flower shop business. That time, I just felt from my heart the eagerness to share my blessings. It was my mom who willingly prepared 50 meals and desserts for the people and cooked 70 servings of healthy meals for the stray animals during our first feeding program. Then, this event was followed by our next feeding program where we fed 50 people and the majority was distributed to a small community near Palapala. I promised myself that I would celebrate my birthday this year by feeding 50 people again in the streets. And I was so happy that despite struggling financially early this year, I still managed to fulfill this goal to happen. I honestly think that helping others is such a selfish act of kindness. Because whenever I genuinely help people, I receive more than what I give. And that is the different level of fulfillment and peace that I feel deep inside my soul. Seeing people smile every time we reach out to them, knowing that even for a matter of minutes, I made them smile. And it's one of the greatest feelings for me. As someone who suffered from anxiety and depression, I felt empty and lost before. But I found out that the cure for emptiness is genuinely giving more. And if you want to find yourself, then lose yourself in service of others. My heart feels full whenever random people tell me that they are inspired and motivated by what I do. And that's when I realize that the little things we do really matter. And it leads to bigger things that generate change. That is why always aim to do the best you can with what you have wherever you are, to help just a little bit. Because the truth is, it only takes one mission to change the world.
Round of applause for Miss Dasmariñas City. Now, any questions from our judges?
There are many feeding programs that go on, and that is very good because there's many people who are starving. And they're eating maybe once a day or twice a day. As you deepen your advocacy of feeding people and animals, how will you make your advocacy sustainable? How will you identify the right beneficiaries? And how will you measure the success of your feeding program if you are going to really be seriously advocating feeding the people?
Thank you so much. Actually, I was being told to really connect with other feeding programs, but I really want to directly go to the communities and experience how good it is to feel that they are acknowledged. And my goal for this One with the Mission charity is not only for the wellness of the people, the animals, but I also, as a future educator, I want also to make an organization, no matter how small it is. I want to teach the illiterate people from the community because I still encountered some people who cannot read and write. So aside from the feeding program and the advocacy to help the animals, I will tie up to the certain groups that really share the same passion with me. And I know that it's very hard to really find your own organization, but I know that you can really search for people who shares the same values with you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, candidate number 11. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now let's call on the next candidate, candidate number 12 from Cebu.
Good afternoon. I am Sophie Maxim Margareta Grenmo from Cebu. Coming from a small island in northern Cebu, life is generally peaceful and quiet. The pursuit of better opportunities are often the reasons why people like myself venture into the city. It is known statistically that there are higher crime rates in dense urbanized areas. Theft and robbery are one of the most regular reasons and types of crimes that students, workers, and pedestrians face. For women, it is the unwanted objectification and the unwanted harassment in public spaces. With my background in jiu-jitsu, I have take it upon myself to become an advocate for self-defense. I was able to teach potentially life-saving skills, and I was able to teach the core philosophy of jiu-jitsu, to never instigate harm against others. My long-term goal is to create safer communities as individuals. I believe that a single person is not capable of achieving this just alone, but banded together as a community, we are able to change lives and move mountains. I present to you my purpose.
How many of us have walked the streets at night feeling so vulnerable that at any given moment our safety could be interrupted? The right to feeling safe is a basic human right.
I am Sophie Maxim Margareta Grenmo, and this is how I turn fear into strength.
Growing up on an island, the big city seemed like a frightful place, and justifiably so, with the news regularly reporting about crime and other atrocities. Self-preservation becomes a challenge and a primary objective. My fear became a catalyst for me to take up the physical art of jiu-jitsu 11 years ago, to prepare myself for an independent life in the city. I had ample time, and I had realized early on how vital this life skill is, which in turn gave me enough room to hone and master it. I am also aware that others might not have access to this knowledge. Hence, my quest as a self-defense advocate began. As a student, and a woman at that, I am considerably susceptible to various forms of assault and harassment. It didn't take long for me to recognize how crucial this martial art form is, and how it can potentially save lives. A few seconds is all it takes to turn a dire situation around. I want to put my years of training and experience to good use by conducting micro classes in self-defense, being able to share my expertise to anyone willing to learn. My program teaches the fundamentals of jiu-jitsu and various applications of it in real-life situations. I only hope that through this basic training, I am able to contribute to a safer community. I want to encourage my students to take back control, to be able to rely on their strength, their own power to overcome a desperate situation. Of course, this is not something that one can master overnight. It requires commitment and dedication, as well as continuous practice and reinforcement. But I truly believe that it can be done within a reasonable time frame. And for as long as I am able, I will continue to preach and teach it. And like they say, sometimes the smallest step in the right direction ends up being the biggest step of your life.
Thank you so much, Miss Cebu. I think I need to take one of your classes for sure. Any questions from the judges?
Hi, Sophie. I'd like to know through your programs how many young girls have been trained and considerably practicing the skills to protect themselves and maybe peers, especially that you have mentioned in your video that girls by nature have that certain vulnerability to violence and abuse everywhere, and even the feeling of being safe walking in the streets.
To tell you honestly, I cannot count the amount of girls I've been training in the 11-year span that I've been in my field. But I can do say that there's been a lot of lives that we have touched through this part. I am under Abanico Sports Club in Santa Fe, Bantayan Island, Cebu, headed by Master Dominic Capraro from the World Jiu-Jitsu Center of Germany. So our philosophy here in Jiu-Jitsu is we are changing lives not only by self-defense, but through our 4 core values, the honesty, loyalty, discipline, and respect. Although I cannot count how many girls I've changed, I can still definitely remember their faces. And I can do say that they are now growing up into becoming powerful women, powerful girls, even the men, even the children, ages of all kinds. It's more about the lives you are touching and the lives you are changing rather than the numbers that I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, none. Thank you very much, candidate number 12.
Thank you so much.
Let's call on the next candidate from Central Visayas.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jerica Jewel Reyes from Central Visayas. Paglaom, pagtinabangay, pagtambayayong. In English, hope, health, and cooperation. You would be fortunate enough not to see a homeless person the moment you step outside of your house anywhere in the world. I am to become a pro bono doctor for this purpose. Currently, I am a licensed medical technologist, and 2 years ago, I worked in the government in the charity sector here in the Philippines. But I realized homelessness and healthcare for the poor isn't just the government's problem, that other organizations and platforms can help with this matter. So I'm here in front of you, joining my first ever pageant in Miss World Philippines, because I believe that this is the only pageant that is charity-centered. And that is my one purpose for my charity advocacy. And I hope I can inspire others to help the homeless feel seen, heard, cared for, and that they are not alone in this battle of homelessness. And lastly, one of my goals is for my NGO, Pagtambayayong, who caters to the urban poor communities and the homeless, to be a beneficiary of the Miss World Philippines organization. Thank you.
To give hope, to help, and to lift up. That is my purpose. Homelessness has been one of the worst problems faced by many countries like the Philippines for decades. The moment you step out of your house anywhere in the world, you'd be fortunate not to see a homeless person lying in the street or walking aimlessly. When I was a child at around 7, I never understood why there were people begging for food or for spare change. I would often cry to my mom and ask why they were in the street and where were the people to help them. Do they have anyone to talk to? I'd ask my mom. The answer always broke my heart, but it opened my eyes to painful realities at an early age. I remember meeting Nanay selling candles at St. Joseph's Church in Mandaue City. I would go to church every day in grade 5 and see her there. I would buy puto cheese or mango shake that were sold near the church to share with Nanay, spend time with her and talk about random things. We even talked about how she made and recycled candles out of those that had melted. I spent time with Nanay until I had to move to Cebu City for high school. I never saw her again. When I came back years later, I looked for Nanay and I learned that she had passed on from lung cancer but never got the help she needed. I felt like I failed her, that we failed her. But this made me realize my true purpose, that I wanted to become a pro bono doctor one day, partner up with NGOs to hopefully create and build a sustainable place for the homeless for free. I believe that those in their twilight years shouldn't be struggling to find food just to survive. My passion has always been in classical music, as I grew up wanting to become a concert pianist like my mom and my grandma. But as I grew older, I began to see my purpose. I am to become a doctor, a pro bono doctor. For now, I am a licensed medical technologist who had worked as a frontliner during the COVID-19 pandemic. It will take years for me to accomplish my dream of becoming a pro bono doctor, but I know that right now, I can begin pro bono work for those in need, especially the homeless. I found Pagtambayayong, an NGO based in Central Visayas that caters to urban poor communities, creating housing projects for informal settlers, especially those who had their homes demolished without the promise of relocation. The foundation has helped more than 300 families, and to this day continues to create a better future for the homeless. With the help of Pagtambayayong, many informal settlers now have a comfortable home and they have found sustainable livelihoods. These families help each other as they've experienced life together, and they continue to help those who are going through the same living condition. My hope is that one day, we can all help each other to make the homeless feel seen and heard, that they are not alone in this battle of homelessness, that we can all lift the impoverished so that they will have a better chance at life. To start seeing the change you want to see in the world, one should have the courage to stand up, make a move, and take the first step in facing reality. Paglaom, pagtinabangay, pagtambayayong. My dream for this world.
Thank you so much, Doctora. Now let's open the table for questions.
Actually, just a comment. Being married to a doctor, alam kong napaka dami pang pagdadaanan before you really get to that yung profession, no? I just would like to give a comment na napakaganda ng sinimulan mo in terms of yung foundation mo as you plan to become a pro bono doctor. Kasi sa profession na yan, it is very important that you know first yung realities in the ground, alam mo yung realidad, alam mo yung challenges, at sa bawat mararanasan mong paghihirap, mga ups and downs mo, yun yung magiging hugot mo. Yeah. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ako curious lang, kasi homeless, tapos ngayon, what you're doing is to build homes for them, di ba? So, bakit hindi architect or engineer? Kasi okay din maging doctor, no? Kasi kailangan talaga, ang dami naman problema sa Pilipinas. But since you're doing ngayon yung homes, building houses, bakit hindi architect or engineer?
So, thank you so much po. This started, like I said in my video, when I met Nanay in St. Joseph in Mandaue. I've been with her for a year. I would eat puto cheese with her. I would buy from my 10 to 20 peso baon. And later I found out that she had passed, like 2 years later when I came back from Cebu City. And this really made me realize I want to become a doctor. Even when I grew up surrounded by music, my passion was in music, in classical music, because I wanted to become a concert pianist. But I knew that my purpose was different, that God put me here to help the poor, to help the homeless. And some people, actually, the cause for their homelessness is because one of their family members got sick and they ran out of money. And this is the reason that I am pushing for, that I am advocating for me to become a doctor and for me to help the homeless. I've realized that not a lot of people have been advocating for this. And literally, when you step outside, you would see someone lying in the street because they don't have a home. And I hope that I can inspire others to maybe even eat with them. Sometimes time is just what they need from us, someone to talk to. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, candidate number 13. You are definitely inspiring a lot of people, don't worry. For our next presentation, we have candidate number 14 from Concepcion Tarlac.
To our respective guests, to the panel of judges, to the whole Miss World Philippines organization, to my co-candidates, and to everyone here today, isang mapagpala at magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. I am Angel Policarpio Gutierrez, Miss World Philippines, representing Concepcion Tarlac. Today, kindly allow me to take you all on a tour and immerse you into my Beauty with a Purpose project. Growing up, I have always been perceived as the sensitive child, the emotional one. Back then, I could not fathom nor could I distinguish what these feelings meant. And as I grew older, I carried these feelings, and little did I know that they have been weighing down on me for not being able to understand them comprehensively. Navigating through my own struggles of mental health, I have realized the impact of someone asking me the question, "Kumusta ka?" That simple question has given me a safe space where I could just break my strong facade and be my most vulnerable state. I have also observed the same impact that this question has on others and how these two words can change someone's life and even possibly save it the same way that it saves me. Esse es coesse. To exist is to coexist. This signifies the importance of social connections and our interconnectedness with each other. It talks about how no one can truly exist without receiving any help from other people. Additionally, it also tackles that we are the ones responsible in creating and finding purpose in our lives. I have always been a steadfast believer that beauty queens are not just wallpapers that you see without purpose. And purpose is a roadmap towards achieving our dreams, goals, and ambitions. Today, I present to you my roadmap, the very reason behind my voyage in pageantry. Kabalan Movement, short for Cementing Action Through Bayanihan Achievable by Limitless Education for Our Nation, is a project that I have been continuously doing for more than a year and counting. This movement, I am a very firm advocate of mental health. And this movement exemplifies my love for providing mental health awareness through education. It is fueling mental health awareness with education and action, because it is my belief that if they work congruently, it can really create a massive impact on everyone. A brief introduction also. Kabalen means kababayan in Tarlac. And I love how beautiful that word is, because it truly encapsulates the significance and the essence of amalgamation, or simply unity. Kabalen also encompasses the youth, women, senior citizens, and of course, the persons with acquired disabilities. It also fosters environmental awareness and aims to include everyone of all walks of life, mirroring the fullest meaning of inclusivity and exemplifying to the world that each one of us has our own story to tell, and each story deserves to be heard.
Hello Kabalen! Kumusta? Yako po Angel Policarpio Gutierrez, and this is my testimony. Kumusta is a question we use, but oftentimes we overlook the weight of its significance. I am a firm believer that every individual has their own story to tell. And as a beauty queen, it is my duty to utilize and maximize my platform to shed light on their stories. This is my purpose.
The Kabalen Movement,
short for Cementing Action Through Bayanihan, Achievable by Limitless Education for Our Nation, is a project that I hold dearly in my heart. Kabalen is a Kapampangan word which means kababayan. Educating people with regards to mental health, environmental awareness, interventions for the persons with acquired disabilities, and senior citizens is the focus of my project. This project's core is this question: Kabalen, kumusta ka?
Nagsimula lahat yan nung nagkaroon kami ng family problem. Taxing siya for me. Nagkaroon sila ng initial diagnosis sa akin na yun nga yung bipolar disorder.
December 12, 1984, kasalukuyan kami nag-operasyon sa Bandlang Mongkayo, Davao del Norte. Hindi ko na alam kung paano ako na sumabog ang paa ko. Nang isakay kami sa chopper, nawala na yung paningin ko. Daming dugo nawala sa akin.
Nagkasakit ako, nakon yung tinga ko, saka yung mata ko, parang malabo nung nakikita ko.
My experiences weave a story of resilience, ambition, and a multitude of overcoming trials. I have faced my own struggles with mental health. It was a difficult journey.
Sana makatagpo rin kayo ng mga circle of friends, magiging support system ninyo.
Nakasurvive ako. Kalooban pa ng Diyos na mabubuhay ako. May mga taong tumutulong sa akin. Ito na ang buhay ko hanggang ngayon, nagretiro na ako.
Ilang ka na akong pamilya, ilang nga na ako, ilang kasawa po na ako. Pasang sa pandara akong maligaya ko kung daramdaman ko. Wala mo siyang kakaba ko pag-iyo, kasi nasuporta ka na ako.
Beauty with a purpose means fostering a world where everyone feels valued and supported. Whether you're a senior, a person with a disability, or anyone facing mental health challenges, remember, you are not alone. I am Angel Policarpio Gutierrez. I believe that true beauty of the world cannot only be seen through vision, but by the soul. Join me as we unleash the limitless possibilities of what the world can offer.
Thank you so much, Angel. Do we have any questions or clarifications for Miss Angel here?
Hi, Angel.
Hello, ma'am.
In your work in Tarlac, what do you consider the biggest challenge in terms of making sure that, you know, beyond Miss World and beyond beauty pageant, your advocacy will go on, will continue?
I have partnered with a nonprofit organization called Paint the World with Kindness. It is an NGO in Concepcion Tarlac. And one biggest challenge of fortifying my advocacy and gradually furthering it in different communities was, of course, first taking that one big step. It was really hard for me to partner or to find an organization that I resonate with, which is why I'm so very thankful that I found Paint the World with Kindness, in which we are taking on different societal initiatives where we conduct seminars regarding mental health, feeding programs, and I also immerse myself in the medical assistance and giving children activities such as art therapy, and increasing it or expanding it is not easy. Of course, we have to take one step at a time, and I really believe that I am further fortifying it by hopefully collaborating with other NGOs as well, in order for me to also tackle other societal causes that I resonate with, such as causes that are anchored on women empowerment, those that are anchored on the LGBTQ plus community, senior citizens, and of course the PWAD, and hopefully the farmers as well.
Thank you so much. So, no more follow-up questions. Thank you so much, candidate number 14.
Thank you so much.
Now let's keep going by calling candidate number 15 from Davao del Sur.
A purposeful afternoon, everyone. So I am here today as a living testament of the transformative power of compassion and action. The journey behind my advocacy is a young girl who turned adversities into opportunity, sacrificing her own education to help her family in need. Working in Peryahan, a seed of compassion grew within me. Through volunteering, I founded a nonprofit organization that seeks for education who brings hope to the children. And in partnership with the OKL library system, we build libraries far and wide, reaching out to children all over the world. And today, I am here not just for myself, but for every children who has faced adversities. And this is my PWAP advocacy.
As an orphan from a very young age, I have felt the profound loneliness and longing that many children experience. This personal journey ignited my passion and commitment to bring joy and support to our children. In 2023, I was blessed to partner with the OKL Library System, a nonprofit that travels the world providing English language books to children. As the ambassadress in the Philippines, I have journeyed far and wide to spread our message of hope and education. One of my most unforgettable experiences was in Tondo, Manila, where I shared a day of joy and learning with the children. These children are the heart and soul of our nation. They deserve to be cherished and nurtured. Hearing their stories touched me deeply. Many long for education but lack the means. Some have been abandoned, while others just yearn for simple joys. Bringing smiles to their faces was profoundly moving for me. These experiences fuel my passion as I continue my journey in Miss World Philippines, carrying the joy and smiles of the children with me. This is only the beginning. I dream of making this initiative larger and more impactful. To all the children out there, never lose hope. Keep dreaming. Keep believing. One day, you will become who you aspire to be. And I am with you.
Thank you so much, candidate number 15. Round of applause, please. Any questions from our judges? Okay, if there are no questions, it's fine. Thank you so much, though. Thank you for sharing your project with us. Okay, let's move on to candidate number 16 from Don Salvador Benedicto, Negros Occidental.
Good afternoon, everyone. Growing up, I wasn't like the other kids who would play around the sun. I was the kid who would need to help her parents on the farm. I was the kid who would check if we still have enough rice for us to eat to survive a week. And I remember when I was a kid asking for my parents when we will have a regular rice or normal rice because we have corn rice when I was young. But I realized today that living in a farming family, I saw the back-breaking labor that goes into each grain of rice. Yet, despite their tireless efforts, farmers remain unheard and undervalued. I've witnessed it firsthand with my parents, especially my father. And today, I am here to not just only honor my parents, but to also honor the farmers around the world and help them to be recognized as the unsung heroes they truly are. And my advocacy, Binhi Kag-ani, is focusing on empowering the youth, the rural workers and families in Don Salvador Benedicto, and hopefully the world, to be financially stable and self-reliant and not be dependent on the government. I know that we face a lot of challenges in our agricultural system in the Philippines, but I also believe that we have a lot of advantages in the Philippines. We have our diverse agro-climate zone, rich natural resources, and of course, the admirable work ethics of us Filipinos. And by supporting our locals, our farmers, we can enhance our agricultural system and contribute to the food security in the Philippines. My advocacy, Binhi Kag-ani, will have a profound impact by investing in education, youth empowerment, and honoring and supporting healthcare services to our elderly who have paved the way and dedicated their life into farming. I believe we can do that. By doing this, we can create a more stronger, resilient community, and we can envision a future where every individual can thrive and contribute to positively change for the world. I want to change. Okay, wait. I want to change the narrative of the Philippines as a top importer again of rice and even other agricultural products. I always believe that each grain of rice is as important as each block of building in our community. So let's honor farmers, support them, and help them be recognized as the true heroes they truly are. Together, we can build a future where the Philippines can be known as not only top with our imports, but also with a rich, sustainable agricultural contributions around the world. Thank you.
In the picturesque municipality of Don Salvador Benedicto, where the earth meets the sky, lies a community deeply rooted in agriculture. These resilient men and women, the backbone of our community, face countless challenges in their pursuit of sustenance and prosperity. Yet, amidst the adversities, a beacon of hope emerges, Binhi Kag-ani. Binhi Kag-ani is a movement fueled by passion, driven by purpose, and united in its commitment to empower our farmers. With access to modern farming techniques, sustainable practices, and market opportunities, Binhi Kag-ani is the sowing seeds of change. Through collaboration and collective action, we are nurturing a future where every farmer thrives and every harvest flourishes. Gives us hope, a chance to dream of better days and brighter tomorrows. Together, we build a community where every individual, youth, and elder alike contributes, thrives, and flourishes. Binhi Kag-ani, cultivating hope, harvesting dreams.
Any questions or clarifications?
Sorry, Actually, maganda na tumutok ka sa mga magsasaka kasi kailangan ng tutok ng mga farmers natin sa Philippines. They're really important. But can I clarify lang what your movement does for farmers? What are the activities you've been doing with them?
Actually, I'm still 17 years old and I am the youngest candidate in Miss World Philippines. So what I'm actually doing right now is we still don't have activities, but I am connecting with the LGUs in my community and talking with them, but my plan is to make programs to help them know what their passion into farming, maybe in crafting, in farming, and in other stuff, so that they could use it and be financially stable in the future.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, candidate number 16, for sharing your project. Now let's move on to candidate number 17 from General Trias City, Cavite.
Mabuhay, I am Regina Angeline Patiag from the progressive city of General Trias, Cavite. As an exceptionally empowered Filipina who pursues a career in the health allied field, BS Pharmacy to be exact, and an aspiring medical doctor someday, my Beauty with a Purpose project is called Healthy Community, Healthy Philippines. This is a call to action, and this is my core. And my passion as a student leader myself is to highlight the significance of volunteerism. Because big or small, all acts of kindness and all forms of help is already a huge contribution towards making the healthcare system closer to the people, closer to those in need. And volunteerism is something that comes from the heart. And that is what makes the community healthy. And if we can strengthen this, then we can achieve a healthy Philippines.
Public health is fundamental to the pursuit of good welfare and quality of life. The Philippines is a land of rich culture, stunning beauty, and most importantly, incredible and hardworking people. We Filipinos are known for our resilience, spirit, and warm smiles. But what if a lack of healthcare access take away those smiles? The reality is, millions of Filipinos face significant barriers to proper healthcare. This can mean skipping checkups, putting off treatment, or facing huge medical bills.
Public health ay concerning public safety, public trust. More or less, sa community kasi, kami more on promotion and prevention. Actually po, wala namang pinipiling age po sa pagtulong, sa serbisyo. Tulad mo, ikaw Ma'am Regina. So, ang small things kasi na may tutulong sa amin, napakalaking bagay yan.
Ever since I was a kid, I see my future self helping other people through my own means that I am yet to discover. And as I grew up, I know that my passion really lies in the health allied field, in championing access to healthcare. And as a pharmacy student, I saw firsthand the need to provide more accessible healthcare services and cheaper medicines. In my studies, I've been able to leverage my skills through health education and preventive care. And that is where public health comes in. Health promotions, for example. And even as students, we can also partake by appreciating the science behind medicine and the art of helping others. And this has made other people realize the same influence that I was able to give. We can all be part of the solution. Just like in supporting organizations that are working to bridge this gap, or even by cooperating with our own community, as simple as volunteering our own time or resources. It doesn't have to be big, but it should be real. Because a healthy community is a healthy Philippines, and a healthy Philippines is a Philippines where everyone thrives. Let us be a generation that prioritizes healthcare in the Philippines, making it accessible and world-class for all. because health is a right and not a privilege. And I will always stand by carrying this core for the future of healthcare in pursuit of a better quality of life.
Thank you so much, candidate number 17. Do we have any questions?
Hi, Regina.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I heard in your presentation you talked about the preventive care and you also talked about access. But as a future healthcare worker, I'm interested because in the study conducted by Department of Health, one major issue why Filipinos have very poor health-seeking behavior is because they look at health facilities and healthcare as for the sick only. And I think even though our government is trying its best to improve facilities or put in more, one major issue that we have observed is also the uptake. So iba yung meron kang facility, iba din yung may pupunta sa facility. And I think it's as important as providing the access is encouraging Filipinos to seek services regardless if you're sick or well. So my question is, using your platform, how will you encourage Filipinos? How will you improve the health and help-seeking behaviors of Filipinos? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for bringing up this matter. And as mentioned in the video, public health covers on how we promote health. That's what was mentioned earlier. It includes health promotion. And even as student and an incoming pharmacy intern, one thing that I can do is to maximize my platform. Honestly, I've been using my TikTok as well to encourage and empower students not only to try or to take as well the BS Pharmacy program, but also to see what we can do as future healthcare professionals. And by utilizing our platform, by strengthening our healthcare system, by having health technology assessment as well, I know and I believe that with the right help as well of our local government unit, then we can strengthen our healthcare system, not only by moving the healthcare system closer to the people or those in need, but also by encouraging people to seek professional help and to educate them that it is not good to self-medicate because health is accessible. And what we should do is just to encourage everyone to maximize these resources and to attend to these resources because everyone deserves a healthy life. And we should have to promote and to encourage everyone and to raise the awareness. And that is my passion and my core, even as a student only. Not only, because as an incoming pharmacy intern, this is something that I can do to promote and to raise awareness. And this is not only a simple step, but a huge step in contributing to the gap in our healthcare system. And this is what I will always believe in for the future of healthcare and in pursuit of a better quality of life. Thank you.
I believe we have one more question.
I really like what you said no, sa video. It doesn't have to be big in terms of time and resources. Ang importante ay totoo. It must be real. Apart from what you already mentioned sa plano mo, I just would like to further understand yung plano mo no, with your BWAP. You plan to also have more volunteers or encourage more people to volunteer, raise funds for these different healthcare institutions? Is that part of your BWAP?
My Beauty with a Purpose highlights the act of volunteerism po. And I myself is a volunteer. And I am in close coordination with our city government, our city health office, as well as in my own barangay. And with that, I hope to inspire and to encourage more volunteers that even as me, as mentioned by our city health officer, walang pinipiling edad ang pagtulong. And as even if you are young or you are as a student, you can help and you can partake in fulfilling this problem and in bridging the gap between the people, the patients in need, to our healthcare system. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Regina. Thank you. Now, let's carry on to candidate number 18 from Guimaras.
Hello, so good afternoon, everyone. My advocacy is padayon, meaning to go on, to keep going. It is a Hiligaynon word that for us to fight those adversities in life, no matter how hard it is. So it started when I was young, coming from 2 generations of public school teachers. It has instilled in me the power of education. Ever since I was a kid, I have always loved to inspire people. So by my mother and my grandmother, they had taught me the power and how to inspire children as well. More than 20 years ago, there was a little girl who entered a classroom without anything, without any piece of paper, without any uniform, without any school supplies. And my mother was a teacher. She was working at the public school, and she had to witness this, and because of that, she has given this girl a piece of pen and just a notebook. And little did she know that it has changed her life into so much better. That was supposed to be her last day on school, but it changed her life, and then she kept going. She never gave up. So because of that, they took that little girl in. They adopted that little girl. And because of her dreams, she was able to graduate in elementary and junior high school with high honors. And at the time, my mother was battling with cancer. She wasn't able to provide resources for her to go on to college. So we asked for help for our other relatives so that she can keep going and pursuing her dreams. And because of her gratitude, she was able to graduate cum laude, and she is now a teacher. And I want to continue what my lola and my nanay has started. I want to continue their legacy so that right now I have realized that my purpose is bigger than myself. And I present to you my biwa.
Padayon, a Hiligaynon word that means to go on. Whatever the circumstance and challenge one encounters along the way, padayon means to keep going, even when the path is long and winding.
Ang ako nagyan sa una sa kabataan ko ang kabudlay, mag-eskwela sila kung gisa wala sila kanon, kakabalunon. Kay kulang amon ng income sang ibayaan kami sa papa nila nga una.
Ang kabudlay ko nga naagyan is wala kami kwarta kag wala man kami kisasang sudan, wala kami hugas kag baligya ako sang para lang makakaon kami sang pamilya na.
Kita mo ang pagserbisyo ni mama ka ni papa mo, namanaan mo man kag sa pag Valentine's Day ang inatag mo sa mo ni papa mo. Naintindihan ko to, miskan gin-English mo pa. Ay kami manubo kami sa alam. Ay ikaw naman ko, maaram ka. Amurang gusto ko to nga, akando mo, sa kabuhi mo, ipadayon mo.
Bilang isa ka tao nga naghimakas, mas importante nga mas may kumpiyansa ka mismo sa kaugalingon mo, mas ginahatagan mo bala ang kaugalingon mo sa importansya kay ikaw mismo sa kaugalingon mo balaan mo nga kailangan mo ni padayon.
Poverty is almost synonymous with the Philippines. I attended public schools in my young life and witnessed firsthand how my classmates struggled even with the most basic needs. It is no wonder that dropout rates are higher in the poor communities. But not everyone drops out. I admire people who rose above adversity and held on to that dream, who kept going. Padayon is a glimmer of hope, a dream from my heart that I wish to share. Providing school supplies to indigent children during opening of classes surely lightens the burden on parents. I also tap local personalities with success stories to speak during information drive campaigns, to share their experiences and how they have overcome poverty because they kept going. Padayon is my contribution as an individual to the challenge of how we can help the children keep going.
Ako si Cara Athena Galvez de Leon, and their story is my story to share. Pululupod kita sa pagpadayon para sa masanag ng puas damlag.
Thank you so much, Ms. Guimaras. Now, any questions from the judges regarding her project?
Bilang teacher din. So, what activities have you done as part of Padayon advocacy?
Ever since I started joining pageants, I gained audiences, bigger audiences. So I was able to solicit donations, and every year I would provide school supplies and food packs for those who are in need, especially back at home in Guimaras. I know that with this thing that I can do, it's so little, but for them it's so big, and it can be a start of something that they can never lose hope. Because from what I have heard, with just these little things that we have to provide for them, it can provide them some reasons to keep on going on. Because for the longest time, I heard a lot of stories, especially inspiring stories, that they all started with just a piece of pen and just a piece of paper. And right now they graduated cum laude, they are teachers. And I think that's like the best thing that I could provide as a public figure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, candidate number 18. Thank you for sharing your project with us. Now let's move on with candidate number 19 from Iloilo City.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was just 10 months old when my aunt, who had cerebral palsy, died due to pneumonia. And my mom have described the challenges they faced with limited medical facilities, meant money often decided who survived. As I grew up, I am free to explore sports before I found my passion in multimedia. With unwavering support of my family, I've led a fulfilling life. Pageantry led me to a diverse community of inspiring children, broadening my perspective. And this is where I discovered the Pototan Pilot Elementary School, a public school in Pototan, Iloilo that caters 95 regular students and 20 para-games athletes and 6 SPED dedicated teachers. Imagine learners thriving as athletes, students, beloved sons and daughters, but yet at a very young age, they faced a lot of challenges. Number 1, lack of classroom resources. Para-games athletes struggles insufficient training support. Number 3, lack of acceptance from their families, lack of inclusivity, and worst, a lot of children are undiagnosed because of financial constraints. And working closely with Pototan local government unit and Iloilo City lawmakers, I am proud to say that we have secured the support from our city. They are willing to give or donate 2 air conditions and TV to provide learning comfort for these children. And I think this is a testament that unity can make meaningful change. And this is my dream for the children of Pototan, Iloilo today and the world tomorrow.
Growing up, Iloilo was a temporary escape from Manila's hustle, a place to reconnect with my family. But returning to Pototan, Iloilo changed everything. Immersed in its culture, I found purpose. Through Miss Pototan 2023, I bridged Laguna and Iloilo. But it was encountering learners with special needs that brought color to my life. So after I won as Miss World Philippines Western Visayas, I decided to not only make an initiative, I decided to make a movement. I consulted different individuals who are more knowledgeable in this field. Then, I collaborated with the LGU to conduct different programs for the children. The journey toward my initiative was long, tiring, and painful. People questioned and doubted. They didn't believe that the journey is worth it. But for me, this initiative and these children are worth it. They are indeed different because they are differently beautiful, differently brave, differently strong, and differently brilliant. Although this is my initiative, I would like to take myself out of it because that is the beauty and the purpose of this initiative. This could be done by anyone, by all of us. So join us in giving these children the chance to color our lives with their brilliance.
I am Ariana Zobel Denyola Beron, your Miss World Philippines Iloilo City, urging you to help us to create a world where every child's potential shines bright and embrace the brilliance of the children with special needs. Let us stand and fight with them to create a more inclusive and compassionate future.
Do we have any questions for Miss Iloilo City?
Nagtitinginan pa talaga kami, di ba? Ayun. Congratulations nga pala sa
Thank you so
advokasya mo. As you've mentioned, you've been doing this for some time. I'm very curious on yung stories of change mo, no? Can you share with us stories of children who benefited already from your program, from your initiative? Thank you.
Actually, this initiative, I didn't plan it when I joined Miss World Philippines, but when I won Miss Pototan, municipal pageant in Iloilo, I was invited to their feeding program. And this Miss Guangco, the head of the SPED, asked me if I wanted to be a spokesperson for them, for a program only, for an event. And I thought about that why should I be a spokesperson only for one event? Why can't I bring them to the world? I don't want to limit myself even though I don't have a disability. By profession, I am not related to the SPED. But as soon as they saw me as a hope, I think that would be a big help for them. And I'm very grateful because the parents and the students are thanking me that finally there's someone who will speak for them, will be the eyes for those who cannot see and voice for those who cannot speak. That would be all.
Thank you so much. So no more questions from the judges. Thank you so much, Miss Iloilo City. Now let's move on to candidate number 20 from Iloilo Province.
Thank you so much. Good evening to our dear judges. I hope you're doing great. So to start with, they say that money is the root of all evil. But at some degree, I would like to believe so. And the real enemy is not money, it is poverty. And because of my first-hand experience, me and my family was forced to move here in the Philippines 2 years back just because Sri Lanka's economy collapsed. Sri Lanka is my place where I was born and raised. So because of this first-hand experience, I stand here as an advocate for financial literacy because I want to educate the community in order to manage financials in various types of ways and to make sure that they be aware on how to sustain a living to make sure that they have a better living standard in life. And before I present my BWAP, I just want to share an experience that when I was young, that I witnessed. So my mom is a Filipina and my dad is a Sri Lankan. So my mom has a lot of Filipino friends and I was able to connect with them and I saw that they really lost individuality in life. So, and then at a younger age, I asked my mom, why did they have to suffer back there in my country? So, and I asked my mom that, why do women have to hinder themselves from their capabilities, right? And therefore, I want to empower communities, women, to make sure that they have individuality in life. Thank you.
Two different cultures taught me that to live is to be creative and compassionate. When Sri Lanka's economy collapsed, my siblings and I made the challenging decision to relocate to my mother's hometown. I found solace and strength, forging lasting bonds and discovering a deep connection to the rich cultural tapestry of the indigenous communities of Kalinog, the Ati and Panay Bukidnon.
Ang Panay Bukidnon, considered as Panay Bukidnon, all people living in the island of Panay in the mountain, they are belong to Panay Bukidnon. Bilang cultural master, natudlo ko ang customary law, ang layi sa bukid, para nga hindi maliptan ka mga bata. Kay man sa modern karon lain ang pabuhi sa mga bata, lain man sa una. So even hindi na maliptan ang ginhalinanda kundi sa maghalin.
It is a long narrative of constant flight in a seemingly never-ending search for opportunities to adapt in the modern time. Facing financial struggles growing up, my unwavering passion and dedication serves as my fuel to keep moving forward in life. As a young woman, older sister to my younger siblings, and as my mother's companion in making ends meet for the family, I understand the value of financial independence and stability to ensure communities survive not just for a day, but to survive a sustainable and progressive future. With this, we hope to create a self-reliant community who is not left behind, but has crossed over and thrives with the new world. I am Dilmi Amanda Pereira, the bridge to empower women, indigenous people, and the young community through financial literacy to make sure that they have individuality in life.
Thank you so much. Candidate number 20. Do we have any questions for Miss Iloilo Province?
Hi.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. So you mentioned that your advocacy is promoting financial literacy, particularly for women, so they can have their own individuality. So may I know what what were the programs or the activities that you have either spearheaded, participated, or co-organized with the community to ensure that they learn financial literacy and they also have that space to ensure that they have the agency over their money and they can use it to promote their own individuality?
Well, thank you for that question. Back in 2021, in my home, Kalinog, Iloilo City, I was able to collaborate with an organization, CR Angels. They are actually willing to help people in need and also to raise awareness and education as well. And also, I am collaborated with an organization, Proyecto Philippines. So back at my home in Kalinog, I was able to reach out to high schools and other rural areas where I was able to collect the younger people so that I can educate and make them aware that financial literacy is really important. So the programs that I did is that I reached out to schools, high schools, and also rural areas where indigenous people. I wanted to highlight them because Mama Rita, she's an IP, and she really taught me how it is important to be an empowered woman. She's a mother who also went through financial struggles in a rural area, so that I was able to learn from her. So that's why I highlighted that part in my video. And so programs like that I was able to collaborate with. And my point is that when I went to high schools and educated them or raised awareness, I mentioned that it is important that instead of spending your allowance in a stick of cigarettes, we could do much more. So I think with that statement, or I want to take step-by-step learnings, and I want to step-by-step make sure that I really touch people's life, even if it's not in front of a grand arena speaking about my advocacy, but in a personal daily basis. If I can teach them about how financial literacy works, I can really make it effective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Iloilo Province. Now, let's call on our next candidate from Capitolio, Pasic City.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time. My name is Rihanna Agatha Pangindian, representing Capitolio Pasig. Imagine this with me for a moment. You're a young student, excited to go to school, to learn new things and make new friends. However, in the middle of the school year, you found yourself crying every day in front of your mom, begging her to let you stay at home because you are afraid that you'll get bullied by your so-called friends. Well, I was that student. And this unfortunate scene or issue among the youth and many more is still a reality today. Thankfully, however, for me, I had people around me who took time to listen and showed unconditional love to remind me of who I am and what my purpose is. Overcoming my struggles through mentorship and role models have enabled me to serve back to the youth as a mentor and teacher myself. That is the heart of the program or movement I'm currently a volunteer of called #NotAlone. Our mission is to shape lives, empower students, equip teachers, and reach families to see millions of students live a life full of meaning and purpose. If there's anything that our youth needs to know is that they are not alone. To know more of what we do, please watch this video.
The harsh realities faced by the youth as early as high school is alarming. Mental illness, abuse, and even the statistic of teenage mothers in the Philippines is on the rise.
#NotAlone program started in 2019. It's geared towards the holistic development of our youth. We adopt an integrated approach wherein schools, families, and communities take part in developing the social, emotional, physical, and spiritual well-being of our students.
The truth is, the narrative you believe is detrimental in shaping who you are and the life you pursue. But as a teen, where do you start?
In #NotAlone, we collaborate with schools across the nation and conduct series of talks, sessions, and seminars that cater to topics that we believe will make the greatest impact to the youth. Relatability is important. We want them to know that they are not alone, so we make sure our selected speakers have real-life experiences with each topic.
Siguro yung nakapasok ako sa NAPLO, parang na-realize ko, parang tama nga, pwede sa mga katulad ng students lang, makakatulong yung NAPLO doon sa mga estudyante na nakakaranas ng depression, lahat ng mga nakakaranas na yung unang ano sa NAPLO doon, parang kinabahan ako kasi parang akala ko parang ano lang, parang seminar lang, ngayon pa lang, tutulong yung mga kabataan sa school.
So not alone, we're trying our best to make a safe space para sa mga kabataan. Kung saan after every sessions, we form different small groups. And then men to men, women to women, kung saan sa bawat group mayroong coaches po na na-train. And then while they're talking about all their issues, we make sure that is confidential. Any sensitive information na within the group lang po at hindi yun lalabas. At of course, since may mga coaches, we make sure na kahit tapos na yung program, we are still there to mentor them. As long as they need help, we are there to reach out and to listen kung ano yung problema nila.
Truth is our strongest weapon against false narratives. You are enough. We can find redemption and growth on the other side of hardship and suffering. You have a purpose. There is a light that leads the way to joy, hope, and peace unimaginable. You are not alone.
Thank you, Rihanna.
Thank you.
Now, any questions regarding the Not Alone program?
Ayun, hello, peaceful
Hi.
afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Napaka-importante ng iyong initiative because in the Philippines, we definitely lack guidance counselors. Imagine in a public school, isang guidance counselor tapos catering to 6,000, 5,000 students. What more dun sa mga eskwelahan na wala talagang guidance counselor, ang principal ang nagiging guidance counselor or ang advisor. Meron kayong nabanggit dun sa video about sustaining your initiatives. Maganda yon, yung continuous mentorship. Can you tell us more about yung sustainable approaches ninyo? Kasi napaka-importante yung support system sa mga kabataan, no? Sa mga bata at kabataan. So, how do you do that in your organization? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, and that is definitely true. I think I personally started mentoring the youth or my peers at a young age of 15. So after 3 years of overcoming my struggle with bullying, I found my purpose to also be that friend to my peers. There are so many issues exactly that our youth today are facing, and for me, it's the way we do it for us to be sustainable is to really build a life-to-life connection with them. More than just being a mentor, you have to be a friend who has a genuine concern or care for them, that you really have the desire to just make them feel that they are not alone, that they are loved. And that also from that experience also stemmed my desire to become a teacher. Because as a teacher, I truly believe that we have that direct impact to our students. And like what you mentioned, ma'am, in some schools, minsan yung teacher na lang po ang kausap ng estudyante natin. They spend most of their times in schools. And so what's unique about #NotAlone is we also reach out to our teachers to equip them as well in how they can guide the students and as well to their parents para po holistic po talaga yung development ng mga bata. It doesn't just stay in the program on that day, but it continues on even if when they get back home or on their everyday life as a student. Thank you.
Okay, one more question from the judges.
Yeah, one last. Thank you for sharing the advocacy. I'm very interested to know how or the process of engaging parents. Because as you know, working in the youth development, at the end of the day, our children goes back to their parents. And the major, usually either enabler or gatekeepers of their development are the parents. So I'd like to know how you do it, how you involve the parents in the process, and so far in your program, what have you observed as part of them being involved in your programs?
Thank you. I'm mostly a volunteer, no, but in our program, our national directors, our core leaders are the ones who truly conduct seminars for teachers that give talks that are also relevant for them. So they also help them or train them how they can process their students' problems, issues, as well as their parents, so that when they get home, their parents they also know how to handle their young child, because again, their issues are they're very diverse. There are a lot of issues that they need to really vent out, and sometimes that's all they need is someone to listen to them and really make them feel that they are loved and that they are not alone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give it up for Rihanna, representing Capitolio, Pasic City.
Thank you.
Now let's move on to our next candidate, the candidate from Lucena City, Quezon Province.
Hi everyone, nice meeting you all. I'm Alexandra Azanias from Lucena City, Quezon Province. So my siblings and I have different birthplaces because of poverty. I joined beauty pageants to financially support my family, and I applied for many scholarships to support my own studies. And we know the experience and we understand the feeling to have nothing. According to a study, there is a research that 95 children died every day because of malnutrition. My Beauty with a Purpose project is entitled Seed of Hope, Nourishing Minds, Nurturing Far-Flung Communities in Southern Luzon. It is a dedicated effort and initiative during my birthday. So, during my birthday, I always do everything that I do. I join activities with the local government unit in Quezon Province and in Bicol region. And malnutrition nowadays is really timely, not just here in the Philippines, but in the world. So I will use my voice as an ambassadress for it and to tell you all my story, my purpose. Thank you.
Seeds of Hope, Nourishing Minds, Nurturing Far-Flung Communities in Southern Luzon. Imagine waking up to a world where every child has a chance to shine. That's what Seeds of Hope is all about. As a Miss World Philippines contestant, I've dedicated my birthday since 2018 to give back to the community through my Beauty with a Purpose project, Seeds of Hope, Nourishing Minds, Nurturing Communities in Southern Luzon. Through this initiative, my team and I travel to remote areas of Quezon and the Bicol region to provide educational resources, life lessons, and nutritious meals to children in need. During my visits, I immerse myself in the daily lives of selected families, interviewing them, and even staying overnight to truly understand their challenges.
Gina Lynn Vergara po. Tapos nakatira po ako sa Bucan, Lucena City, Barangay 1.
Arnel Alcabasa, 43 years old.
Nakikita ko yung mga anak ko araw-araw nasa lansangan, nagtitita. Papayak na tuloy ako.
Minsan mawalan ka, minsan meron. Hindi ka naman pabayaan ng Diyos. Minsan kakain ka na isang araw, minsan may dalawa, may tatlo.
I then organize feeding programs where we not only provide nourishing food, but also impart valuable lessons on education, empowerment, and sustainability. By fostering a sense of community spirit and instilling hope through storytelling, Seeds of Hope aims to plant the seeds of a brighter future for every child in Southern Luzon, and eventually the entire country.
Sige. Wala
Through this project, I have witnessed the resilience and the potential of these young minds, and I am committed to continuing the effort to help them thrive and realize their full potential. Together, we can sow the seeds of hope and harvest a brighter future for all!
Let's hear it for Miss Lucena City. Thank you so much for your presentation. Now, any questions from our judges?
So by virtue. Okay. Hi, good evening, Alexandra.
Hi po.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I'm interested to know because I think you're not the only one who's doing the feeding program, and I appreciate actually that people understand malnutrition. But just to also shed light that malnutrition is, it's not just about the lack of food. So the Philippines is actually one of the worst. We have stunting and we also have wasting. So ibig sabihin yung mababa sa height. Sabi nila yung mga Filipinos daw innate na pandak, but actually no, it could be malnutrition. And meron din tayong yung wasting, no? So masyadong mababa yung timbang for the age. And malnutrition takes beyond feeding a whole of community approach. So beyond providing the nutritious food, I'm very interested to know how, how did you work with your community? Second is, as we know, food doesn't have to be expensive. It's really the education of the parents on what and how to feed their children. So it's working. I'd like to know how you worked with your with the community, who's actually that entire population, with the practices of feeding, plus the parents of the children, or the parents who might be able to change the way we eat our food. And sorry, just to plug, also in the Philippines, very ironic that we have a lot of malnutrition among children, but a rising obesity among adolescents. So that's a very stark contrast, the irony of having so much who are not meeting their desired weight and height, but rising cases of those who are increasingly obese, especially among adolescents. Thank you.
Thank you for that question po. For both Quezon Province and Bicol region, actually it's a team effort led by yours truly. It's an initiative effort wherein I have a heart to many children. I play with them, so it's a full team effort wherein we communicate first how we implement the programs, and then for the parents, we talk to them one by one if they are okay with if they are okay with the program, if they will be attending to it. And then with the local government unit, they are all very supportive with my project because both of my provinces, I have won the title in it. So they supported me. They understand what I'm going through. In every challenges I face in life, I put all the efforts and turn it to power and to help other people, especially children in need. Thank you.
I think we have one more question.
I'm just perplexed. You said that you do this every time it's your birthday. How do you now make it sustainable as an advocacy? Because an advocacy is a deeper form of assistance or reaching out to people who are disadvantaged or underprivileged. I'm just curious, if we are to address malnutrition and you only have a birthday celebration once a year, how I cannot reconcile it.
Okay. Since 2018, I implement a feeding program for the children. It's a team effort because that time I have no money. So I reach out every person I know, and then now, as you can see, I I make food like the sopas, champorado for them because I have enough money to give to them, to go to the grocery, to help them fulfill.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we can move on to our next candidate. Candidate number 24 from Malaybalay City, Bukidnon.
Roar. May I hear everyone say roar? With power. Roar is power. ROAR stands for Road of Accessible Rights Project. That is my project. It stands for a mobile legal clinic for those who are marginalized, so that the law will roar for those who are unheard. Maayan haal daw ta inyo alan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What binds this difficult or complex society is the law. What makes humanity stand up amidst the test of time is justice. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, I dedicate my heart and my life in making sure that justice and the law is accessible to all walks of life. No man should be left behind. I aim, and I continue doing, this project and this mission even before I became a lawyer. I want to launch a mobile legal clinic so that the law and our knowledge about our rights will be given and will be known to those who are unheard, to those who are unreachable, especially those in the far-flung areas who needs to travel 5 to 6 hours just to go to the city and see a lawyer, who has to pay very expensive transportation. Right at their doorsteps, they can have justice, so that those who are suffering will have a hope that their problems will have a solution. I have a dream. I have a dream that one day, those who are marginalized will not say anymore, I cannot and I experience injustice dahil sobrang expensive ni attorney. Dahil hindi ako makupunta sa syudad. Dahil hindi ko alam ang gagawin ko. I have a dream that one day, I, as a teacher and as a lawyer, will be of partnership with the Miss World Philippines organization. And someday, the marginalized sectors of the society will rise up and say, roar. Thank you, and I hope that this BWAP will touch your hearts. Thank you very much.
Bukidnon is a unique story because of its 7 ethnic tribes being highlighted in our yearly Kaamulan Festival. Our province, with our capital city of Malaybalay leading the way, is now top 10 richest province and now number 1 in agriculture. However, this development has left out the 7 tribes who are still stuck out in poverty and beset with legal problems such as land grabbing, displacement, and loss of culture. Optimizing God's gift as a lawyer, I am contributing to the solutions by providing legal aid to the marginalized, one soul at a time. Every week, I dedicated time to listen to their problems and provide solutions.
This legal aid clinic is a very important institution that is very much needed here in Bukidnon to provide access to justice for the 7 tribes of Bukidnon.
Aside sa issue sa ancestral domain dato, unsa pa ba ang atuang giharap karon? Unsa pa ba ang continuous nga battle sa atong mga indigenous people?
Customary governance, kanang pagdumala nga nagsumikad diha sa
kultura o kinabuhi sa usa ka lugar. Unya ang usa nga dugang paginiana nga pinaagi sa mga kalihukan sa lumad nga katilingban, makita ang kabililhon, ang kasagrado, ang importansya sa gitawag og kultura ug ang integridad niini.
Ang bansa lumad nga diin nagkaayo sa karon muna nga ni hinay-hinay na karon og bangon ang mga tribo sa 7 ka tribo sa Bukidnon.
Nangguna kami sa kaugalingon namong teritoryo. Nanapas kami sa kaugalingon namong teritoryo. Tungod ba kay kaming mga tribo, wala kami hawid nga mga papel nga nagpamatuon nga kana among nyutang na tawhan. Mao ba kanay hinungdan nga sayon-sayonon ra kami pagpapahawa sa mga lugar nga among nahimutangan karon.
Basically, we need the mobile legal center because there are people that have no access to legal services. Attorney Dali contributed a lot in the finalization of the novel and novel IP code in the province of Bukidnon. So that's really her big help because this will be lifetime achievement. Those who are not yet born in the province of Bukidnon will benefit in this IP code, and one of the contributors is Attorney Dali.
I firmly believe that in development, there must be justice. In modernity, there must be culture and the law, and it must be accessible to the oppressed. I am Dolly Ceballos Cruz, your 3-in-1 woman from Malaybalay City, Bukidnon, who believes that life, just as beauty, must have a purpose.
Wow, thank you so much, candidate number 24. Roar indeed.
Roar.
I think everyone nabuhay ulit kami from your roar. Any questions from the judges?
Hello, Attorney Dolly. A
Hello,
peaceful
ma'am.
afternoon,
Good
sweetheart.
afternoon.
Paralegal advocacy is very important in our country, in various Filipino communities, lalong-lalo na sa ating mga kapatid na katutubo. Dahil bilang mo lang ang paralegal advocacy sa buong Pilipinas. And you are not just helping, or you're not just giving access sa legal assistance, but also preserving the culture and tradition of our IP brothers and sisters. So kudos to you on that.
Thank you.
I'm just curious if there have been talks already, or do you have any plans on institutionalizing this kind of initiative in Bukidnon? Kasi magandang, this is a very good project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Actually, we are already doing it in the province of Bukidnon. Yes, we have this legal center, and I am one of the advocates. I am very much active in it. We travel to different parts of Bukidnon cities and municipalities. Apart from that, we are aiming, we are still crafting the indigenous people code. Yes, hopefully in the province of Bukidnon. And I'm very much glad that I'm part of the legal team working and crafting on it. Apart from that, I have a dream that someday po, yung mga legal center po namin, maybe not per municipality or per city, but even per district, para yung mga cities, mga tao po, madali yung access nila sa legal aid. At saka meron pa po tayong mobile legal clinic na talagang makakapunta sa malalayong lugar ng Bukidnon. And this could be used as well in the Philippines, and hopefully magagamit at magiging totoo po ito sa buong Pilipinas. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you so much, candidate number 24.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Let us call on our next candidate, candidate number 25 from Manila.
Hello, good day.
So as you look at me, I'm quite joyful as it is. Not just that, but as a kid, I've always been quite a curious one. So as being a very curious kid, I can't help but ask, why are people different than I? Specifically in my family, I asked my aunt and my dad, why were my cousins different than I? And it wasn't because of a disability or anything like that. It's because they were an entire different ethnicity to me. To be specific, they're African American. I questioned why were they so different, because I come, on my dad's side, a predominantly white family. Their father wasn't white, and their mother was white, and so was their father. So why were they different? And I was 8 or 9 years old, so this is a very valid question to ask when you're so young. And with that, they told me that my aunt, unfortunately, struggled with her fertility. She struggled with her womanly health, and that she had to struggle with the pain of not being able to create a family of her own. She suffered through mass mental pain with the sorrow that she cannot start a family of her own. And trying to explain that to an 8 or 9-year-old is a very difficult and hard situation to manage. Trying to explain women's health to such a young girl. Now, the struggle with women's health isn't just with my aunt. It's with predominant women in my family. My mother also struggled quite a bit with her womanly health, as well as my friends, who also later on found out they had PCOS and other different issues. With that, this became a spark in my mind that I want to help the women who became so important to me. And this is where my advocacy stemmed from. And this is why I'll show you my BWAP video.
Why should something so normal and necessary for a successful society be labeled as uncomfortable and dirty? The first ever time I heard a woman struggle with her menstrual or reproductive health was from my aunt when I was 10. She explained and told me why I had adopted cousins. She told me that she struggled with her womanly health, and that if she knew what signs to look out for, she might have been able to have biological kids herself. Now, doing research can only do so much, so alongside educating myself upon the matter, I decided to go to a knowledge expert in this field to hear her thoughts on the matter. In my trip to Fabella Hospital, I got to talk to a head attending nurse who shared with me her thoughts. In our conversation, she expressed how she thinks that the Philippines does have a taboo regarding women's health. If we destigmatize women's menstrual cycle, that more women would reach out and seek help for the abnormalities that they might be experiencing, which would result in a generally healthier woman. It is also known that due to this negative societal view of menstruation, many young girls are left to be clueless about what is going on with their bodies, leaving them to be scared and lost about a completely normal and necessary bodily function due to society's negligence in making this topic safe and comfortable. Although there are only a few NGOs across the entire Philippines working to help relieve those who are a victim of period poverty, I myself is exercising my advocacy through teaching others about period poverty, teaching myself, as well as studying to hopefully become a future OB-GYN, to become a relieving resource myself. For how can we produce a healthy and functioning society if we don't take care of the mothers and caretakers themselves?
Let's hear it for Miss Manila. Now, I think our judges have questions. I saw them passing the microphone earlier.
Ayan, hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Gabriel. Yeah, so tama ba, it's menstrual hygiene management is one of the advocacies on women's health that you're taking on?
Yes, as well as the education of it.
All right. So I think that's a very basic thing, but interestingly, a lot of women actually don't really understand menstrual hygiene management, and what it does, other than your hygiene, how it's very important to prevent pregnancies, but also to capture or to understand lots of women's health issues, including cancer. So my question is, how can we make it? And I think a lot of us, there are educators here, and kaya kami nagtitinginan ni Teacher Sab, because menstrual hygiene management is actually one issue that has been, that we're trying to integrate. Now, I think Department of Education has been trying to really integrate it as part of the health education. And in BARM, we had a program that was introduced along with introducing an application for menstrual hygiene and management. But what I'm really, I'm still trying to understand is, how do we actually make a young girl understand? We can understand because we're coming from a perspective of privilege. We have education, we can read, and someone can really translate it for us. But in cases where in the Islamic culture, there's such huge norms surrounding menstrual health, it's still, sometimes sinasabi mo masyado namang makaluma, but actually it still happens, and it's still our difficulty. How do we make young girls understand menstrual hygiene management in such a simple way that they can really start, taking care of themselves and view menstrual hygiene not just as, dalaga ka na, but a very huge milestone that will help them understand how to take care of themselves better. Thank you.
For me personally, I think the one way to go about that is to first of all break the societal taboo, to break the walls that this is a very comfortable topic. Because if we let these girls grow up in a society where they grew up thinking, oh, it's so awkward to ask for a tampon, it's so awkward to ask for this, every person's gonna think it's not normal to talk about it. Therefore, these young girls are gonna think, oh, maybe I shouldn't ask how to take care of myself, or I shouldn't ask this about myself, I shouldn't have asked that they will neglect their hygiene as themselves. We can teach them about this, but if it's not implemented in their homes or in society as a general, they will not apply it because it's so uncomfortable too.
Okay, thank you so much
Thank
for the
you.
questions. Thank you, Miss Manila. Leave it there. Now let's call on our next candidate from Marikina City.
Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Rain Africa mula sa Marikina City. Ang BWAP ko po ay Project ACE, and it stands for Adaptability, Collaboration, and Empowerment. Adaptability kasi gusto ko pong tumulong sa ating mga kabataan na paano sila maging comfortable sa mga situation kasi iba-iba po ang ating pinagdaanan. So, in terms pag tumanda na po sila, kukuha ng trabaho, importante na kung paano po sila kumausap sa mga interview, ganyan, mga iba pa. And from this, makukuha din nila ang collaboration, which is making relationships with other people. Kasi pag naging comfortable na sila sa isang situation, kaya na din nila makipag-usap, makilahok, at syempre mag-share ng ideas nila, makakuha din ng ideas from others. And combining adaptability and collaboration, dito na papasok ang empowerment. Kasi pag tayo po ay nakapag-usap na sa ibang tao, nakapag-share na tayo ng ibang ideas, ma-empower na natin yung isa't isa kasi doon natin makikita na may sarili-sarili tayong gustong gawin sa buhay. We have our own ideas on what we want to do, how we want to help, and from there, makakatulong tayo maging isa at mailalabas talaga natin yung purpose natin. Ako din po ay naniniwala na kailanman wala din po akong karapatan na maging sigaw ng kabataan kung hindi ko po madidinig ang tinig ng bawat pag-asa ng ating bayan. Kaya kung mabibigyan po ako ng pagkakataon na maging boses nila, kukunin at kikilos po ako. At ito po ang aking BWAP video. Maraming salamat. In a world full of dreams and aspirations, where hope shines brighter than ever, there is a generation rising, ready to make a difference. They are the youth, the driving force behind change. Miss World Philippines, a beacon of beauty, grace, and purpose, and project adaptability, collaboration, and empowerment, or simply Project ACE, stand at the forefront of this movement. With a heart set on empowering the youth, she embraces the responsibility to inspire, uplift, and create lasting change.
Chairman of Project ACE, Ms. Ray Africa.
Through her Beauty with a Purpose project, or Project ACE, it aims to provide a platform for young people to thrive, to discover their full potential, and to be catalysts of positive transformation. She listens to their stories, their hopes, and their dreams. She understands that every young person deserves to be heard, to be seen, and to be believed in.
Project A Support Mentorship Program gave me the guidance and confidence I needed to start my own business.
Because of the Project A support, I was able to pursue my education and to fulfill my dreams. Now, I am second year BA Political Science student.
Today, I stand before you not just as a beauty queen, but as an advocate for youth empowerment. Together, we will create a world where the voices of the young are amplified, where dreams are nurtured, and where opportunities abound. We at Project ACE collaborate with local organizations, leaders, and influencers to create initiatives that address the challenges faced by the youth, from education and employment to mental health and personal development. Through workshops, seminars, and events, Project ACE inspires young people to dream big, to believe in themselves, and to take bold steps towards a brighter future. With Project ACE, limitless opportunities have been set to champion dreams, weave a vast avenue of hope, and create an impactful life that delivers a quantum change for our young Filipinos. Project ACE and Miss World Philippines, a true beauty with a purpose, leading the way towards a world where youth empowerment is not just a dream, but our reality. Together, let us empower the youth and shape a better tomorrow.
Thank you, candidate number 26, and congratulations on everything you've achieved with Project ACE. Now, any clarifications or questions from the judges? Okay, if there are none, okay, we have one from Professor Nelia.
What is the most significant result, just one or two, that you can give us out of the ACE project that were you the one who initiated this?
Yes, kasi nakuha ko po siya from being an SK. Kasi currently, I am the SK chairperson po of our barangay. And I think yung pinaka impactful na nakuha ko po dito is pag nakikita ako ng mga bata, ng mga tao sa aming barangay na natutuwa sila, especially pag may mga programs po kami na binababa, kasi nakikita talaga nila na napapansin yung mga issues and nabibigyan sila ng, hindi naman po solution, pero natutulungan po namin sila sa kanilang mga pinagdadaanan.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you so much, Miss Marikina.
Thank you so much.
Now let's move on and call candidate number 27 from Pampanga.
Good afternoon. I am Sofia Bianca Santos from Pampanga, and my advocacy entitled Soft Heart, Empowering the Indigenous People Through Education. This is my Beauty with a Purpose, which I dedicate for the indigenous people in my province and all over the world. We keep on fighting for the inclusivity. Most of the time, we tend to forget these people. They remain neglected and even left behind. In my project, Soft Heart, we provide school supplies and conducted learning sessions for these children. This provide them to build their confidence and make them feel that included in our society. As I stand here, I'm hoping that through this opportunity, I'll be able to encourage others to secure necessary funding and resources for them. In the face of marginalization and discrimination, I want to champion education. Now, allow me to present my view up.
Around the world, there are about 470 million of indigenous people, and roughly 17 million can be found in the Philippines. In my beloved province, Pampanga, there is a group of indigenous people that is very close to my heart, and they are the Aitas. I still remember when I first visited their place 4 years ago and witnessed the challenges they face every single day just to survive. Majority of them depend on root crops for food and medicine, and they live houses made of bamboo, wood, and kagan grass. When I got the opportunity to sit down and talk to the children, I felt their eagerness to learn how to read and how to write.
Anong pangarap mo hindi?
Isopan kay tatang ko king pananam gulay po ang mais gulay ang pangkamote po.
Bisa po maging mestra bang at rukla din katribo ko.
Pek pa balong makapag-aral pa po.
It is a sad reality that some of them don't even know what they want to become in the future.
Nano ing maging hadlang o rason at bakit ila makapag-arating ikatamong alimang kapatada ay ito?
Kita pong discrimination kay kami. Kaya kaming pangatao, kimbuak, lalong-lalo na po king kulay. Alaman po kasing oras na ausanda ka pong ayta. Matuloy kita po ng kumbaga bawal kang magkabi kay kami kasi haliwa ka kulay. Kasi siyempre estudyante ka po. Agad mong maisip pa, baka na pa magpatuloy kung aldaw-aldaw naman po tining daramdaman mo rin classmate mo.
Upon hearing their stories, I can't help but look back. I saw myself sitting the same exact chair. I know how it feels to be neglected and even ignored. That specific moment, I realized that will be the start of making their voices heard, the start of making them feel visible in the society, and the start of my purpose of advocating for them. That experience has fueled me to start thinking of actions that will help them elevate their quality of life.
Nano ulaga ng pamag-aral para keka?
At neki kaulaga yung pamag-aral para kako bilang isang katutubong aita. At ne pong kaalaga ng pamag-aral ban kanita itang biyemi kanita na itang biyang masakit. May bayo po. Mayayari ko pong Bachelor of Education po. Nangini po aga gamit ko king kana akong fellow aita po king metong barangay po kini.
With so much inspiration, my project Soft Heart was created, which aims to extend my reach to these people. In the face of marginalization and discrimination, I would like them to feel the sense of belongingness. Through the support of my family and friends, I was able to organize outreach programs and distributed basic school supplies, conducted learning sessions to help these children become equipped with knowledge and confidence to face the world. This may be a small act, but I believe it will make a significant difference.
I am Sophia Bianca Santos, your Miss World Philippines, Pampanga. Join me in my journey as to show the world that we are exceptionally powerful when we empower others.
Thank you, Miss Pampanga, for such a touching presentation. Now, let's open the floor for questions.
Hi, good afternoon po.
Hi, ako natutuwa din ako talaga pagka natututukan yung mga kababayan natin na hindi masyado talaga natututukan tulad ng mga IPs, lalo ng mga ITAS. Kasi dun sa video, ang pinakita dun, yung problema nila kaya hindi sila nakakapasok is discrimination. So aside from your outreach program where you give them school supplies, where you teach them, ano yung mga activities or may ginagawa mo to
para malabanan yung discrimination against the Aitas?
Yun po, yung tulad na ginagawa ko po sa kanila na nagko-conduct po ako ng learning session sa kanila. Then, lagi po kasi ako pumupunta doon with my friends kasi parang 4 years ago na nakakasama ko sila last pageant ko po na nakasama ko sila with my talent kasi culture po. Then,
ang ibig kong sabihin, para malabanin, kasi di ba ibang tao ang nagdi-discriminate sa kanila. So, ano yung mga activities na ginagawa mo o kaya mga iba pang mga projects na para maintindihan naman ng tao o mas matanggap sila ng mga taong hindi sila tanggap dahil nga nadi-discriminate sila?
Yeah, na-experience ko rin po na ma-discriminate because of my skin color. So, parang niti-cheer up ko po sila na maging masaya sila or maging tiwala sa sarili nila na kung sino sila, maging proud sila. Yun po.
I think we have one more question.
No, this is just in connection to Teacher Sab's question. Totoo yun, no? Ang ating mga Aita na mga kapatid ay a lot of them drop out of school because of discrimination. Imagine, tawagin ka araw-araw baluga. Yung palang ibig sabihin pala ng baluga ay stupido, hindi edukado, at madumi. Ganun. And yung ginagawa mong learning sessions are very important para mas magkaroon sila ng confidence to really continue. And the truth is, wala masyadong intercultural activities to bridge relationships between different religions, different cultures. Realidad yun. And I think, actually this is more of a comment, no? I think it would really be maganda i-continue mo to whatever happens. And an added component would be an interfaith activity that you can conduct between, let's say, yung mga non-Aita brothers and sisters natin from the area. You're from Pampanga, right? So yung mga ating Kapampangan. And then also Aita, para mas maintindihan nila yung pinagdadaanan din ng ating mga kapatid. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you for those
Thank you
insights. Thank you so much, candidate number 27. Now let's move on and call candidate number 28 from Pangasinan.
I want you all to imagine a classroom where the promise of knowledge and education is overshadowed by thirst, poor sanitation, and poor hygiene. Sadly, this is a reality for children in our communities. And that is my advocacy. Danum Pundasyon na Bilay in Pangasinan, which translates to water, foundation of life. I found this community because I once started with giving basic educational needs to underprivileged learners in low-income areas in their elementary schools because I wanted to help. But once I visited there, I noticed that the children had lice all over their hair. And I asked the teachers, and they told me it was due to the lack of clean, potable water. I thought to myself, I came here to donate school supplies, but how can I expect these children to pursue education when they don't even have the basic means to live? And so, with the help of my fellow advocates, I was able to donate a deep well of 21 pipes so that with that they can address their life situation, their health and hygiene problems, and sanitation issues. You know, giving or providing clean, potable water to communities is not just a charitable cause, but a fundamental investment we should make for the future of education and for social progress. Education, like water, should be accessible to all, because as water is life, education is also a right. I believe that we can do more. We must do more. Maraming salamat. Children are the future, and with quality education, any dream of theirs is possible.
Pangarap kong maging doktor.
maging architect.
Maging president ng Pilipinas. Pangarap ko pong magkaroon ng malinis na tubig sa amin.
But what if these children lack their basic needs? Would quality education still be possible? Could we still expect them to reach their dreams? This is the reality for the children of Barangay Pototan, where the community lacks clean, potable water.
Pagkahirap ang tubig dito kasi pag nagluluto kami, medyo maalat-alat yung pangugas ng kanin, binabal namin ng mineral water.
Maglalaba kami, dito na rin kami maliligo, pero nililinis na namin pag tag-ulan. Wala na talaga yan, lalo itong tag-init.
Hindi po sila masyadong nakapag-focus sa kanilang pag-aaral dahil marami po silang kutub. Tapos dahil sa kawalan din ng tubig, parang minsan yung mga bata nagkaka-allergy.
First went to Pototan Elementary School. My intentions were to donate school supplies through my organization, Duyan ng Aruca, because I heard that they were one of the underprivileged schools here in Pangasinan. But when I got there, I noticed that they had lice all over their hair. And I was told that this was because of the lack of clean, potable water. The children didn't just suffer in learning, but also they had health-related problems. And so I remember asking myself, I came here to donate school supplies, but how can I expect these children to thrive in education when they don't even have the basic means to live?
Wala po kaming malinis na inumin na tubig dito sa aming barangay po. Kasi mahirap hanapin, kailangan talaga yung deep well siya na gagamitan mo pa siya ng 21 pipes para makuha mo yung maiinom na tubig.
And so, we were able to give them a deep well to provide them with clean, potable water to 200 students and more than 150 families. In line with the Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations, we aim to advance quality education SDG 4 through the Sustainable Clean Water and Sanitation Initiatives, SDG 6. There are millions of children out there who dream of pursuing education to build a better future. Yet because of a lack of basic needs, like water, this dream of theirs is hindered. I hope through this, I could inspire organization, corporation, and citizens to work together to support schools in marginalized communities. Because when we come together to support our children, every Filipino's dream is possible.
Thank you, Miss Pangasinan.
Thank you.
Now, do we have any questions from the judges?
Hi, Nikki.
Hello.
Very interesting that you said you started with just wanting to donate school supplies, but you saw a bigger problem. And I'm quite impressed at how you're able to link how the lack of access to very basic things like water actually hinders quality education. Because it actually goes to show that kasi hindi siya it's not every day that people gets to realize na yung mga issues natin ay nagkakakawing-kawing. No? And education issues are sometimes influenced by poor health outcomes or the other way around. So my question would be, with this deep well that you have donated and providing that access, what's the next step for you and for the community? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Well, with that deep well, I think that they can start with fixing their lice infestations and poor hygiene and sanitation. I do hope to have another deep well, and then after that, I do hope to fix the water situation there, the pumping and everything, so that every household can actually have water there. But that's a long run, and that takes a lot of process, and the deep well is there to aid their problems for now so that we can go into a bigger solution.
Okay, thank you so much, Nikki from Pangasinan.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now, we still have a few presentations left for the Beauty with a Purpose presentation, but for now, we're gonna take a 5-minute break, also for the sake of our judges, so that they can go and take a little bit of a break, and I know that we're all a little overwhelmed already, so let's take a quick break, and I will see you in 5 minutes.
Why do we do what we do? Every Filipino dreams to be a part of a community that is safe, vibrant, and thriving. And for almost 60 years, we have continued to transform vision to action, blueprints to landmarks, water to land to city, and city to life. At DM Wenceslao, we see more than just a city. We cultivate communities. We construct more than just buildings. We instill purpose. We develop more than residences. We forge homes. We design more than streets. We nurture passion. We redefine urban spaces, blending lifestyle, business, and sustainability into one dynamic hub. More than just commercial spaces, we foster a community bound by a sense of belonging, where every step, every business, and every street marks a chapter where vision meets action and commitment fuels progress. Sustainability also remains at the core of our operations. We are dedicated to responsible development, ensuring our projects not only enrich lives but also protect our planet. Asiana City isn't just a place, it is a city where dreams find their home and where tomorrow begins today. So, why do we do what we do? At DM Wenceslao, we don't just draw the future, we make it.
2024 Beauty with a Purpose presentation. Let's continue with our candidates' advocacies. Let's call on candidate number 29 from Quezon City.
Hello, everyone. I bet you enjoyed that 5-minute break. I know I didn't because that prolonged my agony. But let me give you a pop quiz. Give me a show of hands of those who know what the thyroid gland does. Can you guys raise your hand? Interesting. Okay, perfect. Well, actually, I also didn't know what it was 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I was a young and healthy, fit girl who was wading through the halls of UP Manila, struggling with her subjects, until one day, I was asked to write the number 1 in the board. And as much as I tried, I struggled writing that straight line. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Christine de los Reyes Chagas, and I have hyperthyroidism. It is said that 1 in 8 women develop thyroid disease in their lifetime. And personally seeing the struggles of the mental health, fluctuating weights, my nervous system, me having an erratic heartbeat, always nervous and jittery, and as well as seeing the increasing prevalence of women with thyroid diseases in our community, I want to brave the first step and raise my advocacy on thyroid disease on the pageant stage. As of the moment, there is no known NGO that is focused on thyroid diseases. And I see this and I understand this. Although there is no trail map, no road for me to follow, together with my government, Quezon City, as well as Quezon City General Hospital, we aim to promote thyroid disease screening and awareness in my community. Please join me as I light up the first match on the early detection of thyroid diseases amongst women. From my heart to the world.
Beauty queens are known for leading with their hearts, using their passions and purpose to inspire millions.
But my heart was the first to show me signs of a lifelong struggle.
My journey with the thyroid disease began a few years ago. From being a healthy and active young girl to having days where my heart would race out of control. And after those days came weeks where my hands would shake and anxiety would take over my life. I didn't know how to trust my body or how to take control. Hyperthyroidism is one of many thyroid diseases. It causes an overproduction of thyroid-stimulating hormones, which can speed up almost every system in your body, from your nervous system to your heart. The relentless pace of my heartbeat led me to sleepless nights and anxiety, fluctuating weight, bulging eyes, and what felt like a never-ending battle between my own body and mind. So, for a woman that had dreams of changing the world, to not even know how to change my body was terrifying. More than 10 million Filipinos live with some form of thyroid disease. And as someone who lived for years without knowing what was happening, it could be millions more. I hope to show these millions of women that their invisible battles are not unseen, that we can fight for them and alongside them. If being a beauty with a purpose is leading with your heart, my racing heart stands as a reminder that early detection is key. Today, I advocate for early detection of thyroid diseases amongst women, promoting thyroid screening and awareness in my community. Working with the Quezon City government and the Quezon City General Hospital, we aim to discuss how early detection can prevent irreversible damage and help more than 10 million Filipinos gain ownership over their bodies once more. More than 1 in 8 women develop a thyroid disease in their lifetime, from hyperthyroidism to hypothyroidism to thyroid cancer. But I am a reminder that your unseen battle is not over. There is still more to be done. By understanding our bodies better and recognizing the signs early on, we can once more take ownership over our health, our bodies, and our future. To the women of the world, listen to your hearts. Not just metaphorically, but physically. If your heart tells you something is wrong, don't hesitate to reach out. Early detection of thyroid diseases can change your life and ensure that it is not a lifelong battle, but a lifelong victory. Together, we can spread awareness and ensure that no one has to suffer in silence. Because leading with our hearts means taking care of them too.
I am Christine Chagas, your Miss World Philippines Quezon City, forever leading with my heart and my beauty with a purpose.
Thank you so much, Christine.
Thank you so much, Allison.
Any questions from our judges?
Yeah, hi, thank you. We're discussing because I have friends who have the same issues. And I think one common struggle is there's little areas that they can go to for access to treatment, but also because it's expensive and it's almost like trial and error. So through the advocacy that you do, the early detection system, how do we actually increase yung access, even just to information? Because I recognize Quezon City is almost like a trailblazer. They're always the first, but you're lucky to be in a city where you have such a matured health systems. But for women, and as you said, a lot of women may have this, but they don't know. How do we improve the awareness? How do we use this platform to not to send the medical message, but because that's always the problem. We talk about the medical issue, but it doesn't resonate with women because medical terms and even medical discussions can actually be very intimidating to the point that we don't want to do it anymore. Thank you.
Thank you for that. You actually covered a lot of issues on thyroid disease as well as anything that's medical, right? Because as someone, for example, I was 19 when I got diagnosed by hyperthyroidism. I thought I was healthy, and I really didn't know anything about the thyroid gland. I didn't know that it can affect your metabolic processes. And for a young girl to develop that kind of disease in a far-flung area with no access, really the goal is to make it accessible for people, as well as to laymanize the medical jargons that they may encounter for a normal person to understand what it really is. Let's make it more understandable for them. Let's make it more for the common people. And of course, to remove the stigma or the fear that they may feel. So one good thing about Quezon City is when they have an initiative, they do it district by district. I actually got to go to District 1, and there's a lot of barangays there. But the fact that they go to these areas one by one makes the people in there feel that it's more accessible. And because of the volunteers that speak to the heart from their experiences, it makes them feel more comfortable to also do the testing and relate to the advocacy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Christine. Once again, give a round of applause to Miss Quezon City.
Thank you.
Sorry for the technical difficulties. Now let's proceed to candidate number 30 from Quezon Province.
Good evening, everybody. I hope everyone is still okay and not yet saturated from all of the beautiful advocacies of my sisters. I know it's been an informative afternoon for all of us, but please bear with me as I try to contribute and introduce one more. All right? Allow me to begin my presentation with a request or a favor from all of you, and please participate. Let's begin. Are we ready? Okay. Can everyone please reach for the closest gadget that you have with you and raise it just a little bit? Again, can you please get the closest gadget that you have and then raise it just a little bit so I can see it? All right, perfect. I saw a lot of smartphones as expected. Okay, now I want you to look at it. What do you see? It's a very powerful tool, right? we're seeing a very powerful tool that connects us to people, connects us to the world. It can help us connect to our loved ones, to our family, to our friends. And it's all positive and advantageous that it has now become an essential to our day-to-day lives. But what if I tell you that that smartphone can also connect you to something more undesirable, something unlikable, something that is called danger? From being something so positive, I bet we're not anymore so jiggly and happy about it anymore. I bet I tickled a little bit of your fear right now. And that is why I am here in front of you. Before, I was also like you, just carefree and happy to use my smartphone in my day-to-day life. But everything changed with one unforgettable experience that scarred me for life. Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your eyes and your ears and see my cyber story, a glimpse of the situation of cybercrimes here in the Philippines.
We are learning more about these cyber crimes after a Detroit man was arrested for harassing 18 local girls online.
There is high number of cybercrime cases in the country.
Batay naman sa pag-aaral ng United Nations, pugad ng online scamming ang Pilipinas.
As a courtside reporter of one of the biggest televised basketball leagues here in the country, I have always been subjected to both positive and negative comments from other people. From the way I see it, the people will always have something to say about me, especially about my personal life. And sometimes, it's as if they own me. Late last year, I was a victim of various cybercrimes, which took a toll not just on my mental health, but also on the safety of my family and colleagues. I was accused of things that I didn't do. I was called many derogatory names. My family even received death threats on my behalf. And the worst part of all, during my day off from work, a whole basketball game in a provincial arena with more than 5,000 people watching live was postponed due to a bomb threat. And I was personally asked to rush and report to a police station for questioning and further investigation. That was the lowest point of my life. I asked myself, what did I do wrong to deserve such threats? Well, in fact, all I ever did was to do things the right way and inspire others who share the same dreams as mine. I did all my best to find the culprit who caused chaos on my peaceful life. I made formal complaints to the right authorities, take a time off social media for a while, take extra cautions on my everyday life, but still, up until this day, the culprit is moving freely and unidentified. I realized that what happened is just a setback, and I took that as an opportunity for a comeback. I believe that what happened to me could also happen to anyone. I healed and moved on from the dark past of mine, and I decided to use that experience to help others, especially the voiceless victims who feel helpless and enslaved. I turned fear into courage, threats into inspiration, and tears into power. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 16 is one of the 17 SDGs that aims to promote peace, justice, and strong institutions. Creating a safe space online for everyone plays a huge part in achieving this goal. At this point, I plan to tie up with the rightful authorities, specifically with the National Cybercrime Unit, to be more knowledgeable on how to properly handle such cyber attacks. I also plan to raise awareness through pep talks on communities that are more vulnerable to such online threats, such as schools and workplaces. This also includes the proper use of social media. I would also like to take this chance and use the Miss World Philippines as a platform to further educate everyone on this issue that is not normally talked about. Because just like me, or anyone, even us beauty queens, are always at risk to such forms of cybercrime. I believe that no one deserves to experience what I have experienced. No one deserves to fear enemies that they can't even see, and that no life should be ruined and be subjected to bullying in the online world. I dream of changing our cyber world one step at a time. A future where there are no threats and no fear. In this digital era, this could happen to anyone. It's time to know what you can do and what we can do. Let us not wait for this to happen to you.
Thank you, Miss Quezon Province. Now, judges, do we have a question for our courtside reporter?
Were you able to report this to the cybercrime of PNP
Yes,
division? And did anything happen?
Yes. At first, I was actually very anxious about it. And then when I reached out to people, especially the PNP Cybercrime Unit, they were able to introduce to me certain steps on what I can do and introduce me to certain people who can help me find the culprit. But up until this day, it is still unidentified, or the person is still unidentified. And that, I believe, is one more reason why I wanted to bring this issue in the Miss World stage, because I believe that a lot of people are not giving attention. A lot of officials, even officials, are not giving enough focus to cybercrime. And the pressing issue here is every year, the number of cases are increasing on a different level. In the year 2022, around 13,000 cases was recorded. In the year 2023, it almost doubled. And now, sadly, in the year 2024, there has been a study conducted by the anti-cybercrime group here in the Philippines that during the first quarter of 2024, it has already increased into 21.84%. 21.84% just in the first quarter of 2024. As avid users of social media, smartphones, and the online world, if this isn't a pressing issue for you, then it's time to think twice.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more question.
Napakalaki talaga ng connection between our online and offline world. Gusto ko lang malaman, ano na yung nagawa mo in terms of, in our organization, Teach Peace, Build Peace Movement, we always say na it's very important on educating people about how do we create a peaceful internet together. So ano yung mga nagawa mo na in relation to that? Thank you.
Actually, I am just still starting this initiative, and I have already reached out to the PNP Cybercrime Unit on teaching me the proper knowledge on how I can propagate this issue. And I have always talked about this in all of my interviews that I am doing a lot of work to get all the informations that I can to so that I can propagate this issue to the world as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Quezon Province, for sharing your knowledge and insight. We
Thank
really
you so
appreciate it. Now, let's call on candidate number 31 from Surigao del Norte.
Hi. Good evening. I hope you're still up
to hear another story. So first and foremost, I have a favor to ask. Ladies and gentlemen, think of yourself as a little kid again, but this time as a kid with a body full of lesions and plaques that bleed, that sometimes hinders you from playing or even going to school because of the pain, or even having friends because other children who doesn't understand your condition thinks of you as a monster. That is the life of a child who has psoriatic disease. A disease called psoriasis is a lifetime, non-curable, non-contagious, get this, autoimmune disease. And because of the expensive medication, some parents of these children tend to self-medicate that sometimes causes for their condition to worsen. Because of these, I have initiated the project I Am Me in collaboration with the Psoriasis Philippines. And if you want to hear more about this project, please watch the video and enjoy.
Hi, my name is Lancy, and let me tell you a little bit about my story. 8 years ago, I was diagnosed with a lifetime skin condition called psoriasis, and it was tough. I had to hop on hospitals and clinics just to get my medication done, and it seemed like it became my second home. But a few years ago, I was lucky enough to find out that there was an organization with people like me. Through them, I was able to join medical missions, conducting free medical checkups and giving free medicines to people who has the same condition as I do. Apart from having the chance to serve the people who has psoriatic disease, I was also given an avenue to share my story that inspired a lot of people with psoriasis and without. Together with Psoriasis Philippines, we also had the chance to push the psoriasis bill that would give free medication or checkups to people who has the condition so that they won't be able to worry about it any longer. And since Psoriasis Philippines was kind enough to give me a position as the Vice President of the SOAR Youth, I had the idea to conduct a project called I Am Me. You see, I was a kid, or merely a teenager, when I was diagnosed with psoriatic disease. And thinking about the journey that I had to go through, I was thinking how much more those little kids, children who felt like they were stolen the childhood that they deserve. So through I Am Me project, we were able to conduct the first ever SOAR Kids World event wherein children with psoriatic disease were able to come together and just be kids. The I Am Me project aims to do more than this. Apart from having seminars and workshops for parents and families of these children, we want to help them have the livelihood so that they can provide the medications, checkups that these children need and deserve. Everyone deserves to live. Everyone deserves to feel accepted and loved. And everyone deserves to have a space in this society because you are you and I am me.
First and foremost, I would like to apologize. That was the wrong video that was shown. It was the raw video. There wasn't any pictures because we sent another video and I think the second video wasn't shown. Anyways, you get the idea po, I hope.
Of course. Thank you so much, Miss Surigao del Norte. Buti na lang you are a good communicator. So even if this wasn't the video you wanted to show, I think we all understood naman your project. So do we have any questions from the judges? Okay. Okay. One more. Just one question.
Hi, good evening. I'd like to know, is there a long-term strategy to address the knowledge about psoriasis, especially on the information which usually causes stigma? No, I can imagine how painful it is for children to be mocked, no, for Bisaya like as Kagiron, no, so all sorts of mockery, but in the bigger scheme of things, and I know there's this growing movement on psoriasis in the country. What's the long-term strategy on ensuring, no, that that the movement is seen and also the disease is actually much more acknowledged and understood by people? Thank you.
Well, in terms of mockery, I think I had the first hand of how it feels like, to the extent that I was suicidal 3 years ago. And because of it, because of my mom asking me to just live, I had that strength to go on. And due to this, I started telling my story. And I think for those people just like me, it's all about just acceptance. Because loving yourself and accepting yourself is the first step towards people knowing the condition. And for the information of everyone, my organization called Psoriasis Philippines is actually pushing for the psoriasis bill, or also known as the National Psoriasis Care Act, wherein it ensures Filipinos to have access to affordable medications that benefits them and their families.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Surigao del Norte. Thank you for being vulnerable with us. Now, let's proceed. Oh, we have one more question. I'm so sorry. We have
Just
one
a
more
short
question.
one. I know of some children who have psoriasis, and maybe your organization can think of coming up with group sessions, because this is a lifelong problem. As young as 7 years old, maybe 8 years old, group sessions where, especially the teenagers, how to cope, no, with the stigma of psoriasis. Just a suggestion.
Ma'am, actually, as the Vice President of the Psoriasis Philippines Youth, I think it is safe to say that I founded the Psoriasis Kids. And because as a youth, it is already given that we have programs for teenagers and adolescents and of course the adults. But what more of those children who are little kids, who doesn't have access to, like, speaking for themselves because they're little kids. So what I'm planning is that after the Miss World Philippines pageant, that is what I'm about to focus to create a program for these kids, because just yesterday, for your information, ma'am, there was a new director who approached me from Batangas for another kid, probably like a baby, like 5 years old or 4, that needs to be rescued. And knowing that there are children out there who needs rescue, because let's face it, the medication for psoriasis is not for everyone because of its expensive treatment. So I'm actually in talks with benefactors, and There is also one from abroad who is talking with that can probably fund, and hopefully with the psoriasis bill, children will have access to these medications that they truly deserve.
What I meant was group sessions on a regular basis, because the psychological impact on them is really staggering. The group sessions I'm talking about that I am suggesting, because you're the founder, is on a regular basis, maybe once a month or even more sessions, depending on the cases of the children psychologically and emotionally.
There is actually called SOAR Coach, wherein per chapter, anywhere in the Philippines, may it be in Surigao or anywhere, there is a coach that it's like the leader who would like tap in with people who has psoriatic disease, and then would do talks and like will help you will tell you not to self-medicate, and will tap you with the different doctors. And then that is what I am also trying to push, that there will be a group like what you've mentioned for children, because those SOAR coaches are merely handling adults or teenagers. So how much more are these children? So yun po yung tututukan
That
ka
is very
after.
good. But what we meant is group sessions to talk and release tension, not prescribing, not lecturing, but group session talks for emotional and psychological support.
So what happened with what you've seen at Jollibee, it was a SOAR Kids World event wherein children can be children. And I hope to raise enough funds so that we can continuously do that for children on different chapters in the Philippines, so that they can be kids for once, like a month or stuff. And it was so fun because children with psoriatic disease came together, as you've seen in the video, and they just played and they felt free.
Yes, thank you very much. Group therapy is highly recommended for them. Thank you, very good project.
Yes, but that became like their own therapy session to just play with kids of the same condition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you again. Now let us proceed with candidate number 32 from Taguig City.
Akin po.
Who wants this 1,000 pesos? We're talking about grit. We're talking about knowing when an opportunity is present. So who wants this 1,000 pesos? Yes, thank you very much. I have here another 1,000 pesos. Guys, 1,000 yan. Wala nang laban yung wallet ko. Joke lang. Thank you. Thank you. Di ba nagising kayong lahat? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to talk about opportunities and knowing when it is present, but above all things, it's important when to grab it and how to grab it. Imagine a nation poised on the end of technological revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the future of the Philippines. My name is Paula Bianca Bagaforo, and I am your Miss Taguig for Miss World Philippines 2024. I have a vision. That's why I'm here. Because I see the Philippines as the leader in AI innovation. AI meaning artificial intelligence, guys. Now, according to Google data search, the Philippines is the most curious about AI at this very moment. That's 2.5 times higher than many AI major players such as US and China. And in a study done by Stanford University, AI can increase one's productivity by 34%. That is why I am an advocate of this technology, because I myself have seen how effective and efficient it is when you embrace the technology that is being given unto you. Now, let me ask you, at this very moment, sino ba ang laging hinahire ng mga tao, ng mga foreigners, when they're looking for someone to fill, let's say, leadership positions and workforce? It's us Filipinos. Why? Because we are efficient and we are effective and we work really well. Now imagine if every Filipino thrives in this technology. An average Filipino spends 9 hours in front of a computer and online. And 98% of us has access to internet connection. Imagine we have the perfect ingredients for a technological revolution. However, we have a challenge. Our government AI preparedness index ranks 65th around the world. That's 65, given the fact that we are the most curious. Therefore, I am here today because I want to talk to each and every one of you about opportunities. There is an opportunity knocking on our doors right now. And it is our duty to always open the door and embrace it with an open heart. Please, let's watch my VWAP video. Thank you very much.
This is AI. But this is the real me.
Hello, I'm Paula Bianca Bagaforo, your Miss Taguig for Miss World Philippines 2024.
My advocacy is empowering women through education in AI engineering. AI education is crucial for the future of the Philippines. By learning AI, we can unlock countless career opportunities and drive workforce development, positioning our country at the forefront of global innovation. Imagine Filipinos leading in technology, healthcare, agriculture, and more. With AI, we can solve complex problems, increase efficiency, and create new industries. Embracing AI education today builds a brighter, more prosperous future for all. Throughout my career as a designer and a contractor, I've seen firsthand how technology can transform the way we work and solve problems. AI is the next natural step in this progression, and I believe it has the potential to revolutionize our field even further. This is why I'm so passionate about advocating for AI education.
For each and every one of you. And I understand that almost everyone in the community is what we call mediocrity. The reason for this is because of the lack of.
My name is Carlo Almendral, and I am one of the founders of AI Republic, a nonprofit in the Philippines whose mission is to advance the adoption of artificial intelligence in industry. We have upskilling workshops and boot camps for various topics through education and certification.
Through workshop and mentorship, we aim to provide resources to women in order for them to thrive in this field.
We're so happy to be sponsoring Paula with 500,000 pesos worth of scholarships. Right now, there's so many people who need to learn artificial intelligence, but maybe they don't have the money to learn it. And with through Paula's doing, we've decided to give 500,000 pesos worth of scholarships.
In cooperation with AI Republic, a non-profit organization focused on AI workforce development, we are offering a scholarship worth 500,000 pesos to 10 deserving individuals. Through workshops and mentorship, we aim to provide the resources women need to thrive in this field. Let's work together to create a future where women have the tools to create more opportunities for themselves, support their families, and shape our world.
A round of applause for Miss Taguig.
Thank you.
Such a timely advocacy, by the way.
I know. Thank you so much.
So do we have any questions from our judges?
I do have a question. Kasi buzzword talaga yung AI ngayon. And you mentioned in the video na you're helping women thrive and then create opportunities for themselves. Pero kasi AI can't be the end goal, di ba? You learn AI for something else. Diba? So what's the opportunity that is created for women? For halimbawa, if women study AI, where do they go? Do they have that opportunity? Kasi in the Philippines, we have to admit, they cannot create it for themselves yet. Diba? So paano natutulungan ng advocacy mo to create better opportunities for women so that they can really thrive because they learned AI? Kasi otherwise, walang patutunguhan yung natutunan nila. Parang ganyan. So anong katuloy, kumbaga, ng kwento?
Yes, so at the moment, we have a total of 5 graduates. I'd like to tell you a story. So it's going to be a short one, I promise. So there's this one student that we have before, na biyuda siya. She was widowed. She lost her husband early on. And then she was earning 30,000 pesos because she was working in the BPO industry. She invested her time and energy learning data science and prompt engineering. You know how much she's earning now? She's earning 180,000 pesos per month. That's a big jump from how much she used to earn. So in our curriculum, not only are we training women, we are also helping them find jobs afterwards.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you so much,
Thank you
Ms.
so
Sige.
much.
I wish I got the 1,000 earlier, pero okay lang. Thank you so much. Okay, now let's move on and let's call candidate number 33 from Tarlac Province.
Same sentiments, Miss Allison. I wish I could have gotten that 1,000 earlier. But yes, the judges saw me walking at the back. Unfortunately, I was far enough. But unlike Paula today, I do not have any 1,000 to give you. But I only have a story to share as to why I joined Miss World and as to how I found my purpose. I am Jasmine Omay and I represent Tarlac Province. And today, I'll share you that story. So this year, I immersed myself into the indigenous communities of Tarlac Province in Capiz, and it is Sitio Bulacan. And there I had the opportunity to talk to the Aita children, asking them, anong gusto nyo maging paglaki? What they wanted to be when they grew up. Some of them answered me, kung ano lang, dito lang, wala lang. And it really saddened me when there are no reply from these children because they don't know what they could be in the future. And that definitely broke my heart into pieces because these children have the right to dream and they also have boundless of hope in life. Sadly, at the age of 10 to 12, they've never been to school. Now the problem at this situation is rooted from their lack of access to the nearest school and their unawareness to the importance of education. That's when Bahay na Papel, my project, came into fruition, from reading, writing, to allowing them to discover the life within and beyond their community. By working with DepEd, alternative learning system for the Aita children, and iPad for their curriculum as we move forward into this project. Now, I know that this purposeful project and advocacy will help them realize and see, to explore the world that they deserve to be in as well. And at this point, I know that the Bahay na Papel project, okay, let's just watch this video.
The road to success isn't always easy. For the Aita children, each day begins with a daunting trek. To them, the path to school is not merely a walk, but a test of endurance. With every step, they navigate steep hills and treacherous terrain, embarking on a journey that spans hours.
In the lush landscapes of the Tarlac Mountains, the Aita community holds steadfast to their ancestral roots amidst a modern world. Yet, beneath the surface of their rich cultural tapestry lies a harsh reality: the relentless grip of poverty. Hindered by limited access to education, healthcare, and job opportunities, many Aita families find themselves trapped in an unyielding cycle of economic struggle. Displaced and marginalized, they confront the formidable challenge of discrimination, as their voices often echo unheard and sometimes even forgotten.
Minsan po hindi man po kami madali nakakapasok kaagad doon kasi minsan po natatagalan po kami sa paglalakad. Kasi po ma'am, dito po ma'am, maalis po kami 4.
Mga alas 4 ng maaga po, naglalakad 2 oras po. At paghapon po, 2 oras din po pagbalik. Gusto namin ma'am yung mayroong guro dito sa amin kasi para hindi na mahirapang magbaba.
Para sa akin po, mas okay na po ma'am yung may eskwela po dito ma'am, tapos may mga guro. Kasi po ma'am, pag mayroong mga guro dito, mas okay na po sa amin yun ma'am.
To uplift the Aita people from the depths of poverty requires not only addressing their material needs, but also honoring their cultural heritage and granting them the agency to shape their own destiny.
Accessible education stands as a beacon of hope for the Aita community, illuminating a path toward a brighter future. Through this inclusive education that is responsive and respectful to their community, Aita children can transcend the barriers of poverty and seize opportunities that were once deemed unattainable. With education comes the ability to dream, to aspire, and to achieve beyond the confines of their circumstances.
Simple lang naman ang hangarin ng proyektong ito. Mabigyan ng oportunidad ang 20 kabataang Aita na makapag-aral at magkaroon ng kanilang mga pangarap at kamtin ang mga ito. At para hindi na rin maging hadlang ang anumang kakulangan sa kanilang komunidad, kami na ang pupunan nito.
As the Aita community embraces accessible education, they begin to embark on a transformative journey toward a future brimming with promise, resilience, and boundless possibility.
Number 33 rather. Can we just acknowledge how cinematic the video was? That was a movie production. Thank you so much for showing that. Do we have any questions from our judges?
I want to understand more. That's very commendable. Did you establish an ALS school?
We are in the works of doing it because, of course, upon knowing where the project would be headed and, of course, considering the short-term and the long-term goals, we wanted to know what's best suited for these Aito children given the distance that they are faced in the current situation. And right now, we are working with DepEd, IPED, and also ALS. And that is the short-term goal of this project, to provide ALS to the out-of-school Aito children who cannot pursue school because the distance and because the lack of money, given all the circumstances.
You can work with us because we do that.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That means a lot because this is the reason why I wanted to bring this project. And to be honest with you, a lot of people told me that another education advocacy and that people would see it as someone, okay, it's another education, what's next? And to be acknowledged by you, ma'am, is just such an honor for my advocacy. Thank you.
I'm looking forward to this collaboration. Thank you so much, Jasmine.
Thank you.
We're at the last stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Let's call on candidate number 34 from Zambales.
Good evening, everyone. I am Princess Kazel from Zambales, and my advocacy is mainly about the life of unprivileged kids. We all know a lot of kids are unfortunate that they don't have the chance to study in a normal school because they need to work at a very young age in order to survive and to sustain their daily needs. Through this video, I would like to reach not only to the subject of this clip, but also to those who can relate to this situation. And I want to let everyone know that there's always tomorrow, and we must not give up on our dreams, no matter how hard life is. Thank you.
A decline in the Philippine poverty rate in the first half of 2023.
The poverty incidence was to 25.24 million Filipinos with not enough means for their basic needs.
Halos 19 million na pamilya ng Pilipino walang ipon.
Sa mata ng bawat bata, masisilayan ang nagniningning at nag-uumapaw na pangarap. I am Princess Kazel Oseo, and I am bringing you the story of hope, resiliency, faith, and giving importance to the future of our children. This is Project Wonder. Back in the small village of Bani, nestled in the heart of Masinloc, Zambales, it is said that there is an estimated 10% of local households who are categorized as poorest of the poor. Amongst the 10%, one of those is our chosen child wonder, Jane Leco and their family.
Nung bata pa po ako, parang walis-walis lang po sa kapitbahay para may kunting upa, meron pong pambili. Tapos po hanggang sa yun lumalaki na nga po. Paano din po yung level na pinapasukan ko, kaya natry ko din po maglaba, magtinda sa grocery, magtinda ng barbecue po, maglako-lako sa school ng mga meriendang niluluto ng mga tita ko po sa atob po. Yung mga pangarap po yung may angat lang po kami sa hirap dito, tapos mapagtapos ko po yung mga kapatid ko. Kahit sa simpleng paraan lang po. Pero ang pangarap ko po talaga kasi mag-woman, pero kahit na hindi ko na po makuha yun, importante lang po may angat namin sa hirap yung mga ganun.
Kaya ako advice ko lang sa'yo, kahit mahirap man, kailangan mo magtrabaho, huwag mo pa rin papabayaan pag-aaral mo. Huwag ka susuko. Laban lang. Alam ko malayo mararating mo.
Handog po ng Project Wonder. Ito po, may regalo po ako para sa inyo. Yeah. Ito po, groceries po para sa
Ano rin po, tulong po sa pang-araw-araw din po. Ayan po.
Thank you. Thank you po.
Iyak na eh. Iyak din ako eh. Nakakaiyak. Ay, nakaiyak.
Everyone has their own unique story with all its twists, turns, hopes, and dreams. Yet at the same time, red threads unite us all as we search for the meaning of our lives. My faith was taken to Jane for a valid and strong reason, and that is to spark her resiliency towards life, to charge her positive outlook, and to make her feel that she is not alone in this battle. Every youth, regardless of the status in life, has a right to have a proper education. They should have the right to live and grow freely. Jane's story is just one of a million stories that is meant to be told. As long as I live in my purpose, I vow to stay true with my mission. Project Wonder is more than just a movement. It is more of a commitment in bringing these stories to the rest of the world.
Thank you and congrats, Miss
Thank you.
Zambales. Now, do we have any questions for her project? None? Oh, we have one question.
Just quick. What is the very core of Project Wonder? If you will explain it to us here, without the video, what is Project Wonder all about?
Ang Project Wonder, ito ay about sa pagtulong ko sa mga batang naulila na, mga batang nagsusumikap magtrabaho upang makapag-aral. And nandito ang Project Wonder para po makapagbigay ng kahit unting tulong para mabawasan naman po ang mga gastusin nila kahit papano ay gumaan din naman po ang pakiramdam nila.
All right, thank you very much, Miss Zamboanga. Zambales, I'm so sorry. Miss Zambales. Now, last but not the least, let us call candidate number 35 from Zamboanga del Sur.
We're finally down to the last candidate, which is me. So, Gumpya gabi, magandang gabi sa ating lahat. Ako nga po pala si Crisha Benedict A. Mendoza from the beautiful province of Zamboanga del Sur. Tingyan, a Subanin word which translates to see in English, but aspires so much in the action that we do to make a difference in the society. As a Zambusurian, I know that my responsibility here is not only limited with showing what my province has to offer to the rest of the world, but also in knowing what can be done to uplift the lives of the people that make up the core culture of my community. I will forward myself with this mission in the hopes to uplift the indigenous people of my community in order for them to have a better opportunities in preserving their culture. And so, my delegation is just an instrument, but the very foundation of what I am here for is actually emboldened by the stories that the cultural people of my community. And so I may be your last candidate in this competition, but I will never be afraid to put this mission first wherever I go. Once again, I am Crisha Benedict A. Mendoza, and with pride, I dare to look forward on what the future holds for the indigenous people in my community.
Londi batini salumaya yami halon gambata.
Tingkan, langtawa, tignan, to see. Spoken by our lips, translated by our eyes. Journey with me as I look closely into what deserves to be seen by the world. A culture traced from the past and a culture that will be furthered in the years to come. As someone who comes from a community that overflows with rich culture and heritage, I've always known that our wonders were brought to life by the stories told and untold in the field of art, culture, and our people. The Sobanan tribe, which originates from the province of Zamboanga del Sur, is one of the cultural groups that region of Mindanao is trying to preserve and develop. The tribe, as portrayed in the mainstream media, has made it known that their culture and art is a widespread like no other. However, what seems to be distorted to most is the reality that the Sobanan faces a huge challenge in safekeeping the culture we've all admired.
So by good po sa idlaitan ni cultural heritage nami sa labian na ron, hindi gandawan na daw hini. Haki na ba, gandihan nami pagutalan sa hotin tulo rito nga gambata para matapas to sonan nami, mabalang nami na.
Just like how the Sobanan word hanggan, which translates to sea, I would like to use the Miss World Philippines as my lenses in the hopes to making a difference with the platform I am providing.
Bakal gapangan din namin, hini may candidate ni Miss World Philippines, pibiyan din ni Trias. Ako na yan ini mabalso, mapapayag dito holon, Pangiloon namin yami nga subanan. Yan ini magbagay hapason dito holon, dinidliwag dunya, maaron yami nga subanan, Pangiloon namin gabang.
I am Benedict Astillero Mendoza, and I will dedicate my whole self to see the needs of our indigenous people. Tingnan ang kahalagahan ng kulturang ito, ug lantawon kung unsay mabuhat pinaagi ani nga misyon. Because the beauty that matters is a beauty with a purpose.
Thank you so much, candidate number 35.
Thank you so much.
Now, do we have any questions with our for our last presenter?
Hello. Congratulations sa napili mong advocacy.
Thank you so much po.
Yan yung isa sa concerns ng ating IP elders. Paano pa ba maipasa ang tradisyon at kultura from one generation to another? Gusto ko lang malaman, with the current needs that you discovered amongst our Subanan brothers and sisters, ano yung unang-una mong gagawin when you return to your community? Ano kaya yung mga initiative, yung mga naiisip mo? Thank you.
So I was just recently involved in an organization back at my province, which is called the Domindingan Arts Guild Incorporated. And one of the mission the mission of this organization is to safeguard the culture of our Sobanan people, or not just in Sobanan, in the whole culture as well, but particularly in the Sobanan. And we have this program where we build the schools for the living tradition. It's like, in this program, the students or the kids have been given not just a quality education, but also to let them pass on the tradition of our Sobanan culture. Like for example, they're being taught how to weave, the clothes of the Sobanan, and they've been taught the dances, the rituals, and so that the tradition of the Sobanan will continue generation to generation. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Zamboanga del Sur.
Thank you also. Thank you, everyone.
We made it till the end, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I really appreciate everyone who's still here watching and supporting the girls, because you being here means that you're not just supporting our girls, but also supporting their causes. And I'd like to thank the judges as well for their undivided attention. It's not easy watching 35 different presentations, but still providing more insights and collaboration perhaps for their causes. Now, for context, the stakes are actually quite high for the Beauty with a Purpose presentation tonight because we are going to pick top 10 finalists for Beauty with a Purpose Fast Track, and whoever wins Beauty with a Purpose gets an instant spot in the semi-finals of Miss World Philippines 2024. So all of your presentations today are very, very important to your journey. So thank you for putting so much effort and putting your best foot forward. Now, of course, they're still tabulating your scores, so don't get too excited. But while they are tabulating our scores, let us talk to our judges. We would like to ask each of our judges if they have any words of encouragement, final words, words of affirmation, recommendations, any words for the girls, words of wisdom, yes, for the girls this evening, or any observations, honestly. Let's start with Teacher Sab daw. Teacher Sab. Nagturoan na yung mga judges.
Parang ako estudyante na tumitingin. Parang hindi matawag. No, ako, congratulations po. Grabe, grabe kayo. Bilang babae, bilang Pilipina, namangha ako. And I honor your bravery, your courage to join this contest, to represent your, diba, all of you here, diba, in one room, parang buong Pilipinas may representation, nakakatuwa lang. And thank you for letting me be part of this. Nakakatuwa din na iba-iba yung ginagawa nyo sa bawat area ninyo. Nakaka-inspire nga siya. Pero tingin ko beyond inspiration, nararamdaman ko yung kagustuhan nyo talaga to make a difference. At yun yung mahalaga eh. Na Miss World is just a platform. Hindi ito yung parang, oh, nanalo na ako. Pero hindi eh. Parang sa mga narinig ko sa speeches ninyo, gagamitin nyo to for something bigger. At yun yung na-appreciate ko. And thank you kasi because you care for the Philippines, your fellow Filipinos so much, that you want to join this contest to be able to advocate for what you are advocating for. So yun, yung bravery, yung courage to stand in front, and yung love and care for fellow Filipinos. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Teacher Sabrina. Miss Emmy, do we have a message for the girls?
Ayan, congratulations. Natapos nila, but I had a chance to briefly chat with them sa restroom. They were trying to reflect and contemplate. But really, I think at the end of the day, the challenge will always be, sabi nga ni Teacher Sab, beyond the Miss World platform, where your advocacy will take you. But I'd like to take it a bit further and challenge you to make sure that the advocacy is not your own, but of the community or the cause you represent. Because each of you works with communities, regardless if it's animals, environment, the culture, the children. At the end of the day, it's not your issue. It's their issue that you're trying to bring to the world. So the question will always be, do they know that this is their issue? And you're just part of bringing it there. No, I think yun yung pinaka-important. No, how will this take you forward? But also, how will your platform give the ample space, that's safe space for them to talk about their issues and call on to the right people to take action. Hindi lang yung magbibigay tayo one time, two times. Now, it's not just about dole out, but it's the dignity that we give whenever we help people, bringing their voices to this platform and making sure that their issue is their issue and you're just an instrument of bringing it forward. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for sharing your knowledge, Miss Emmy. Now let's move on to Miss Pai. Sorry.
Ayan, a peaceful evening, everyone. I think I would like to take this opportunity to greet how Muslims greet one another. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace and mercy be upon you all. Wow. my message is, whatever the result is dito sa BWAP, please continue with your advocacy. Please continue to pursue the mission that you have started. Because in a world full of conflict and violence, we really need more change makers. We really need more game changers. And in times that you doubt yourself, meron sa inyo dyan parang, ay, wala pang gumagawa nito, konti lang kami. Every time you doubt yourself, I want you to remember two things. First is, each of your initiative can mean light to those who feel that they are in the dark, can mean hope to those who feel hopeless. It can also mean direction to those who have lost their way. And second, ito ay mga words of Mahatma Gandhi. Small group of determined and like-minded people can change the course of history or her story. So beyond Miss World Philippines, with Miss World Philippines and even beyond Miss World Philippines, I hope you will continue to be part of the course of history or her story of women change makers. Maraming salamat po. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate all of your insight. Now next, a fellow queen and someone who can empathize for being on this stage not too long ago. Let's call Justine Felizarta.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm going to try to keep this short because I know everyone has had a long day, but congratulations to each and every one of you. You guys are not only beautiful, but very purposeful, given with the platform that you have. And I think Miss World really stands out from other pageants because of this very reason. And it's no easy feat to start an advocacy. You know, it takes a lot of help from other people and a lot of perseverance as well. So I commend each and every one of you, and I hope that whatever happens after this pageant, you guys continue to serve your community, your advocacies, and know that you guys are going to be the change in this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Justine. Last but not the least, any words from Professor Nelia?
Oh my God, I've said it all. But you see, all of a sudden, I felt very hopeful for my country, for our country. I never thought that beauty pageants could be something like this. It's my first time to judge. And I think the unique value proposition of Miss World is that they have institutionalized beauty with a purpose. You're not just beautiful outside, but you are also beautiful inside. And there's a misconception about beauty pageants being just the hair, the makeup, the body. But this time, I have a different view of pageants, particularly Miss World. And I congratulate the organizers of Miss World. Win or lose, just like what everybody has said here, you should pursue your advocacy. You see, the purpose of life is so much deeper than our personal interest. The purpose of life is really to make a difference in the world. In my schools, we teach the children the definition of success, because sometimes people cannot and do not know how to define success. So as early as 7 years old, we gave them the key performance indicator for success. And we have been teaching the kids this way. The measurement of success is by literally counting the number of people whose lives have improved because of our existence. And in the Philippines, we have this advocacy, we have the movement called the Diwa ng Perlas ng Silanganan. That we are supposed to be all pearls, perlas. We should always, and we have always been very passionate as a people. That's P. But we need to be more ethical. We need to be action-driven. So pursue that Wag ningas kugon. So that's PEAR, results-oriented. Everything that you said up here in front of us must bear results for your personal satisfaction, for your personal fulfillment, as your legacy. So that's PEAR, because you're leaders. You're all leaders. We're all leaders. We have to take that to heart. We are all leaders in our society. We should not just be followers, but we must lead and inspire others towards a vision, your personal visions of what you just presented to us, and engage people. Just like what they have been saying, connect to the right people, engage people to do what ought to be done to make our country and the world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope the audience agrees with me. I feel so privileged to be surrounded by change makers, inspirational, gritty women like our judges. And as a token of appreciation, we are gonna show a little token and certificate as well to our judges. Okay. Starting with Miss Luz Sabrina Ongkiko. Round of applause, please. Thank you so much for being with us. You can stay so that you all have a photo. Next up, we have Miss Emmy. Thank you so much for being with us. So much. Of course, we have Miss Bai Rohaniza Sundan Usman. Thank you for gracing us today. Thank you. Next up, we have Miss Justine Pelazarta. Thank you for supporting our queens. And last but not the least, we have Professor Nelia Cruz Sarcol. Round of applause. Thank you so much, Teacher Nelia. Just a quick photo with all of you together. For your knowledge, for everything tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, the results are in. That was very quick. Thank you again to Reyes and Takondong and Company for tabulating our results. Now, are we excited for the results? Again, we're getting top 10 finalists, and whoever wins Beauty with a Purpose is instantly in the semifinals of Miss World Philippines 2024. So let's begin by calling our first finalist in no particular order, by the way. Our first finalist for the Beauty with a Purpose Challenge of Miss World Philippines 2024 is Dia Mate from Cavite. Congratulations. Next up, we have Nikki Buenafe from Pangasinan. Good job, girls. Is white a lucky color for tonight? Next up, we have Patricia Bianca Tapia from Batangas. Congratulations. Okay, next up we have Rihanna Pangindian from Capitolio, Pasic City. Congratulations, Riri. Taking the 5th spot in our top 10 finalists, we have Dolly Caballos Cruz, Malaybalay, Bukidnon. Congratulations! Bravo! Roar! Five spots to go. We have next up Crisia Benedict Asiliero Mendoza from Zamboanga del Sur. Candidate number 35, by the way, the last presenter. Congratulations, congratulations. Our 7th spot goes to Maria Andrea Endicio from Quezon Province. Congratulations. Please take the stage with your fellow sisters. You are part of our top 10 finalists. Christine Chagas from Quezon City. Congratulations, Christine. We have 2 spots left. Congratulations. Our 9th finalist is Jasmine Omay from Tarlac Province. Good job, Jasmine. Okay, it's our last spot. Who's gonna take it, queens? Our last finalist for the Beauty with a Purpose Challenge is Gian Isabel Bilasano from Bicol Region. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your top 10 finalists for the Beauty with a Purpose Challenge of Miss World Philippines 2024. Congratulations, girls. Congratulations. We are all very inspired by you. Of course, the judges can take a photo with all of the girls. Okay, blocking girls. Let's see. Ayan, kasha naman. Okay. Window down. There you go. All right. Congratulations, queens. Thank you so much, judges. And to all of the queens who were not called, we still thank you for the passion, the effort, the